I did. Guaranteed. Who else will sell your home for 100% of your list price or pay you the difference in cash? Art and Shelley and Superior sold in just 6 days and for over asking. Call Gay Ribble now at 833-453-SOLD, 833-453-SOLD. That's 833-453-SOLD. Or visit online, gayhasthebuyers.com, gay spelled G-A-Y-E, gayhasthebuyers.com.
The art of granite, and more. Right now, quartz is popular, and he has all of the latest colors. He is fabricating quartz daily. The material is wholesale to you. Even the tear out and haul away is free. And the bathroom is free when you have the kitchen done. You can get prices on the phone. Just give him a call. Give him some measurements, send him a photo, and you get a price. Don't miss out on his special deals. TheArtOfGranite.com. 303-386-5919. That's 386-5919.
If you had a difficult allergy season and no medicine seemed to help, in fact, no medicine ever seems to help, you might actually not need an allergist. You need Dr. David Opperman of the Colorado Voice Clinic. Dr. Opperman has expertise in dealing with intractable allergies that have unusual causes that other doctors simply can't manage. Please get in touch as soon as possible so Dr. Opperman can help you before the next pollen season. Get started today at coloradovoiceclinic.com. That's coloradovoiceclinic.com.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
If you came across someone struggling with hunger, how would you recognize them? Would you notice a 16-year-old boy who got his first job?
Not for extra spending money, but to help feed his little sisters?
Or a mother who's in between jobs and
Sometimes goes to bed hungry so her kids can have dinner.
I am the 1 in 8 Americans who struggle with hunger. I am hungered in America.
Hunger can be hard to recognize. Learn why at IamHungeredInAmerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
On the Mobituaries podcast, CBS News correspondent Mo Rocca delivers fresh takes on his favorite dearly departed people and things, uncovering those worthy of their overdue moment in the spotlight. You know the names, but never understood why they matter until now.
The John Denver phenomenon, specifically, could that have only happened in the 1970s?
Well, I think it only could have happened with a guy with a Beatles haircut.
Listen to Mobituaries with Mo Rocca on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Plumline Services has a plum crazy deal on your furnace and AC replacement. This month only, get a free Carrier furnace with the purchase of a qualifying air conditioner. That's plum crazy affordable. A free Carrier furnace from Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Call now before this plum crazy deal ends. 303-633-5577 or schedule online at plumlineservices.com. Service at home, servants at heart, and plum crazy good deals.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
After a frosty start, we're going to see temperatures today making their way into the upper 60s. So a little bit warmer, plenty of sunshine and light wind to go around. Then we're back in the mid-70s for Wednesday and Thursday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burrs.
As Presidents We Remember goes, James K. Polk usually doesn't crack the top 10 list. So why is he the best president you've never heard of? Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. The war in Ukraine still raging. Russia launching more missile and drone strikes in Ukraine today, cutting power and water to hundreds of thousands of residents. Yesterday, a residential building was blown up in Kyiv. Former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor, telling ABC News the West must give Ukraine all they need to fight.
We should provide all of the weapons that they need, in particular the air defense, not just the air defense, the long-range missiles to go after the targets in Ukraine, the Russian targets in Ukraine, well behind the front lines.
Just 3 weeks till the midterms and early in-person voting is underway in Georgia, with the governor's race and the high-stakes race between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker. The outcome could change the balance of power in the Senate. 2 people are dead after a small plane crash in Marietta, Ohio. The plane going down in the parking lot of a car dealership. No one on the ground was hurt. This is ABC News. A French cement company pleading guilty today to supporting ISIS. The company paid $17 million to the group so one of its plants could stay open in Syria. Australia rolling back its decision to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Officials there say Jerusalem's status needs to be resolved through peace talks. And with drought drying up the Mississippi River at historic lows, some history is emerging.
In a fierce South Louisiana storm, a ferry boat called the Brookhill sank in Baton Rouge in 1915. With the Mississippi at a historically low level, she's now fully exposed, offering locals like Brian McDaniel
a sense of connection with the past.
Surely Louisiana's Division of Archaeology will want to restore it.
No, we will not try to salvage it.
State archaeologist Chip McGimsey says it would be an expensive, time-consuming process. And while seeing the Brookhill is very cool, McGimsey says
she's really not all that significant.
In time, she'll be back in the depths of the Mississippi River. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Rena Roy, ABC News.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign. And we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Broncos have lost 3 games in a row, falling to the Chargers 19-16 in overtime last night. The game-winning field goal was set up after the Broncos muffed a punt. Quarterback Russell Wilson says they needed to score more than the 6 points they did in the second half.
They played a good game in the second half. They played better than we did in the second half. Still a close game. I thought they were struggling too a little bit, and we felt like I said, we should have won that game.
The Broncos fall to 2-4 and host the 4-2 Jets Sunday. Former President Trump is blasting Colorado's Republican Senate candidate. In a weekend interview, Joe O'Dea said that he doesn't think Trump should run for president in 2024 and that he would actively campaign against him if he did. O'Dea also said Trump should have done more to prevent the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Trump responded with a post on his Truth Social platform, calling O'Dea a rhino, which stands for Republican in name only. Trump wrote that MAGA doesn't vote for stupid people with big mouths. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Several problem spots throughout the Denver roads and freeways as we hit that 10 o'clock hour. North of downtown, I-25 southbound at 48th, we've got an accident in the right lane with slow traffic back from I-76. East from there, Colorado Boulevard southbound before 40th, we've got an accident with stop-and-go traffic back from 48th and about a minute of delays for drivers. Otherwise, a pretty standard drive about town. I-76 westbound, pretty heavy congestion approaching 84th. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's another sunny day, however, a little bit warmer than yesterday with a high of 68 in the afternoon, overnight low of 40 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 49. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Fall into a hiring spree with Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
When it comes to taking care of teeth, the one thing I care about more than the quality of the dental care I get is the quality of the dental care my family gets. And that's why I'm so appreciative of Aspenwood Dental and the Colorado Dental Implant Center. Just in recent days, my wife Kristen had a tooth issue that had been going on for many months flare up again. She called Aspenwood Dental, they got her in the same day and removed the tooth. At the moment, I don't know whether an implant is next, but what I do know is that we'll get the best possible advice from Drs. Yaros, Augustine, Zeppelin, and Son, and that if replacing the tooth with an implant is the best decision, then they'll be the team Kristen trusts to do it. A listener recently asked me, Ross, do you and your family actually go to Aspenwood Dental? Heck yes, we do, and we're truly grateful for their friendly, high-quality care. For all your dental needs, including implants to replace one or more missing teeth, please get started at AspenwoodDental.com. That's AspenwoodDental.com.
Inflation Salvation. Keep listening every weekday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for your chance to win $1,000. Just listen for the hourly keyword, then enter it at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Guy Rees.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Guy Rees loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Rees, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life just a little easier. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com for pain, inflammation, anxiety, and don't forget the tests they have going on, the research tests, canine studies. Email them if you're interested. They're taking all dogs, especially dogs over 8, for cognitive testing, and then other dogs for aches and pains. Canine Study 2022 at panacealife.com is the email. Canine Study 2022 at panacealife.com. But don't forget, you can still buy your products at realcbdthatworks.com. Tom and the promo code 30% off. So today we're talking about health insurance. You know, it's a very confusing time for a lot of people, no matter what kind of health insurance you have. So we'll talk about that. Plus, we'll talk about anything else on your mind. I know what's on my mind. I'm in an undisclosed location in Beverly Hills, California. And I know what's on my mind. I don't care. This is just fun, but I'm sorry. California is weird. I don't care who you are, where you come from. California is weird. It is. It's just weird. It's just weird. I'm telling you, it's weird. That I'm going to get right to the phones, but it's weird. Here's what, California's not just satisfied with you being here. California wants to constantly remind you about certain things. Everywhere you look, sustainable, natural, neutral, renewable, LGBTQIA+, no bags anywhere. Plastic is Satan. I went to the supermarket. I spent nearly $100 for a pack of tasteless ham because it didn't have any nitrates and it was uncured, untasted, untextured. Natural cheese looked and tasted like white cardboard. I was in search of nitrates, salt, and flavor, but I couldn't find it. I swear to God, I would go crazy living here. Crazy. I'm sorry. I think that everybody's hell-bent, not just California, everywhere. Everybody's hell-bent on telling us how to live our lives. Truly. I truly wish, I swear to you, I truly wish people were truly into diversity. I would love true diversity, but there's not true diversity. Nope. Mark, do you think there's true diversity?
Doesn't sound like it in California.
No, seriously. Do you think there is a such thing as true diversity? I mean that sincerely. I don't think there is. I don't think any of us anywhere want diversity. We say we do, but we only want what we want. I don't think people want diversity. You know, tell me something, Mark. I saw this sign more than once in restaurants. Here's what it said. To all cultures, all faiths, all genders, all opinions, all ethnicities, all people, you are welcome here. Now, why do you have to have a sign like that? And tell me what's wrong with that sign. Do you truly believe all cultures, all faiths, all genders, all opinions, all ethnicities, and all people are welcome equally? Do you think?
No.
Exactly. So what does diversity mean? Give me your definition.
I would say it's the ability to accept other people at their wishes at face value.
That's what true diversity is, and freedom of speech and all of that. But really, diversity has come to mean, for everyone, by the way, I'm not attacking any particular culture here. Diversity means you can be diverse within our definition of what's right. That's what it means. For example, many people believe they're diverse, but they're not. They're diverse within their segment of understanding. But if you step outside of that, no longer is diversity welcomed. I want to ask another question, by the way. Kanye is buying, but I think Kanye, by the way, and I mean this in a good way, I mean in a real way, I think he's mentally ill, and I think he struggles with mental illness. He's a billionaire, too. But he was kicked off because of what he said about Jews. But I want to ask something. Did our Constitution, and I need to know this because I really don't know the answer, we're not allowed to yell fire in a theater. But is hate speech, should hate speech be banned? I personally, when I see hate speech, I go like this. Bing, bing, bing. I ignore it. Do you think hate speech can change someone's heart? I'm wondering. Anyway, Tom has a concrete issue. You know, these questions, by the way, you're bombarded every day. Do you? I just want to know if anyone thinks hate speech can actually change hearts and minds, or is it something that just gathers more of the same? And should it be banned? I wonder. Anyway, Tom, let's talk about your concrete. I believe you called before, right?
Yes, so what's last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday. And what was the issue? Let's recap that.
Well, I got 19 yards of concrete put in, and it is scaling from my garage all the way out to the front, and my front porch is cracking.
Now, I'm looking for your call here, and I don't know if I see it, but it was, what did the concrete company say they would do? Anything?
They said they would do nothing, that it wasn't their problem.
Wait a minute. As I remember, hold on, maybe I remember this. Didn't they say that the job is fine?
No,
Mark or Suzanne? Suzanne, who did we give this to? I'm looking for the call here. Did we assign this to anyone, Suze? Do you recall?
I think Proform on our referral list went out and looked at it. Suzanne's been trying to get them to talk about it. But, hey, Tom, this is the one where it was ready mixed, right?
Yeah, was it off that he had talked to, it was done by Denver Pro Concrete.
That's right.
And he said that he had talked to Ready Mix, and Ready Mix said, well, it's after a year, and we won't even deal with it. Well, my understanding was that he had mixed the concrete because the name on the side of the trucks that delivered it was Denver Pro Concrete.
Yeah, but they bought it from somewhere else. We already discussed this. They bought it from somebody, and they own their own truck. So really, if anybody's going to fix this, it's going to be Denver Pro Concrete. The second whoever's mixing it, these big companies, put it into their truck, they own it, they sign off on it.
Okay, you're right about that. You're right. The people, you're saying, Mark, the people who loaded onto the truck, they're done.
The people, yes, correct. I don't know. I think one of them's called Bannock. I forget the name of them, but...
Yeah, but some of them, I mean, in rare cases, there's something called a hot load, or there's something called a where it's setting up or if there's something wrong with the concrete. But that would have manifested way before a year.
Oh, yeah.
So I agree with Mark. This has nothing to do with the concrete batch plant. This has to do all with the installation. And isn't that what LEM Landscaping on a referral list tells us? That usually concrete is the problem of the people who install it and finish it.
Yeah, what did Proform tell you when they went out?
Said he'd rip it out if it was his job and redo it.
Oh, wow.
And Proform, by the way, on our referral list, right, Mark?
Yeah.
Is that the one we sent out there?
Yeah, well, I don't even know if we sent them out, but they ended up going out there. I think we did send them out. And if he's saying that, this Denver Pro Concrete needs to step up to the plate.
And did we
I contacted David White myself and had him come out and look at it.
Curtis White, not Daniel White.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, so, Tom, you had one of our
White
referral list members look at it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
And he told us that he would tear it out and start over. Did he say specifically what was wrong with it?
He said it appeared to him that they had poured the concrete and worked it too wet, or had added water to it while they were pouring so that they could do the job because it was so long of a driveway.
They stretched it out, in other words.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's funny. They probably did do exactly that, watered it down.
So the bottom line right now is that they will do nothing. But what is the warranty on that? I mean, why?
But lawyer, he says, I don't care.
But it did last a year, didn't it?
It lasted 2 years. Well,
okay.
1.5 years.
Well, then, I'm just asking this. Should concrete be warranted for life? Of course not. I mean, and how bad is the cracking?
Well, come on. Most driveways, like in Highlands Ranch or anywhere, they're going to last 30, 40, 50 years.
No, I get that. But they all seem to have some minor cracking or hazing here and there.
Yeah, but his looks like we can put those pictures back up again. His looks like hell.
Okay, so it's not just normal little expansion cracking here and there. This is a bad finish.
Their comment was that it looked like it's diseased.
Okay, but why did it last 2 years? Are they see? I wonder if anything caused it, or can it take 2 years to manifest problems? And if so, how do you protect yourself by contract? All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. We're going to just have to talk about it. 303-713-TALK. WaterPros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices, bar none. If you want drinking water at your sink, that's WaterPros.net, under $1,000, fully installed.
Driving with your friends is fun. You just want to make sure you get to where you're going safely. Whether you are driving a vehicle or a passenger along for the ride, you play an important part in making sure everyone is protected. Don't be afraid to speak up if you see.
So he left a message asking for John Jones. So my dad just called me, and I was in the middle of appointments, and my dad said, call this guy, he needs help with something. I'm like, okay. So in between appointments, I just called him. He said, this is what happened. I was on a Cigna plan. I got a new plan through my employer, and I just need to get signed up for, I tried calling Connect for Health, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it sounds like he didn't even know whatever. But I just need to get signed up for a Friday Bronze Plus copay. I need to get re-signed up because I lost my employer plan. I'm like, okay, right? I have a client with the last name Schumacher too. So, and I was in between appointments, I didn't take the time to check. So I just said, okay, let's just do this. So then I'm like, you're enrolled in the Cigna plan. He's like, I know. I tried to call Connect for Health and Cigna, right, months ago, and told them to cancel my plan, and it didn't happen. He's like, I'm not paying. And he's, again, real pleasant dude. I'm not paying those premiums. Well, they didn't cancel my plan. Whatever, I'll cancel your plan. So I canceled the plan, enrolled him in the Friday Bronze Plus copay, and said, okay, I'll reach out to my contact at Connect for Health Colorado and get see if we can get this figured out, what's going on. So then I sent Jerry.
Like, is it for a lump sum of money from your retirement plan, or is it for saving up during your life, or both?
Or both. Actually, people can start saving right now towards that goal in life, or they can have it transferred from their investment accounts, their 401ks, their IRAs, into the guaranteed pension account. Number one, their money will be safe.
When they transfer it, do they pay tax on it, or can they keep it qualified?
No, that's a good point, Tom. It can actually be kept qualified. It will go from their 401k, the IRA, directly into the guaranteed pension account, absolutely tax-free. It's under the 1035 tax-free exchange code.
All right, now, that's Joe Ciano, mymoney.myway.com, 303-779-6600, 779-6600. If you're looking for floor coverings, I love the way Buddy and Karen Mitchell do business at 52nd and Ward, the southwest corner. That's where their showroom is. But they'll come to you with anything you're interested in, a wide variety of carpeting, LVT, or what they call LVP, luxury vinyl planking, or hardwoods of all kinds, including veneers and also engineered floors. You go see them on the web, make your appointment, save money, simplyfloorsinc.com. No one appreciates the American dream.
Elections. They've done it before. So, he was not a happy person. Didn't sound like. But just so you know, he's on a Friday plan now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. It just took a couple minutes. And I apologize. I didn't. Yeah, I apologize. I'll forward. I was working on. I was going to forward you this morning. I was like, oh, I'm going to see him. I'll just tell him. So I'll forward it to you, or send it to him. Yeah, yeah. And then you can remind him that you're his agent. Yeah. So there's a mix-up, Johnny. That I have a client with the last name Shoemaker too. Yeah. Thank you for saying. Yeah, of course.
Hey, what's the name of that place again?
The thing, if he didn't.
Jack's Garage. Thanks, bye.
If he was just asking for like help with shopping plans again, I would have pulled up agency blocks. But he was like, "Oh, this is the plan I need. I just need this done." Like he was at the job site. He's like, "Okay." I know.
With all of us.
Yeah.
Especially if we're open wide. So I'm tired already.
You've been doing a lot of Medicare already?
No, just I haven't done any renewal.
Renewals? Really?
I've been switching.
Really? Well, then do your job right the first time.
If they get everything right, I'm not getting anything.
That's the thing with Medicare Advantage. Their friend has, then yeah.
It's like the whole community. If you don't have the right plan as a friend has, it's total.
Hey, do you guys paint horse trailers?
Have you done any devoted yet?
No.
Okay, cool, man. I got your number from
I like
a buddy of mine,
awesome.
Steve the painter, but I got someone who's got a horse trailer looking to get a quote.
I know. With what's that going on?
Thanks,
Great.
man.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cool.
I'll talk to you. Yeah. Have you? Because I had so many people on WellCare, and that's going down to $350, and people's drugs haven't changed, so I haven't been changing anything.
Everybody was on that.
Oh, sure. I've had a couple. There's one that went up to $80 from like. I think that might have been.
TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Renew Home Innovations, beautiful showers. Big, beautiful rectangle showers where that old shub used to be. Do you know what a shub is? It's a shower tub, the one you step over, makes noise, the clunky, they're covered steel or whatever, or plastic. And anyway, seriously, Renew Home Innovations does the greatest job. Value pricing, and listen to this, 72 months, no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. So, now, Integra Insurance is here. I have one quick question here. By the way, you can text the show 57739. I do have one text here for you. And it says this. First, when you are on Social Security, Medicare, with a supplement, do you have to do anything during open enrollment? Guys, who's with us? John Jr. and
Jared. Jared's over here, too.
I knew there was a good-looking guy, too. Okay,
yeah,
so either one of you.
No. Good morning, Tom.
Hey.
Yeah, if you're on Medicare A and B and you have a supplement, supplements are guaranteed renewable as long as you pay your premium. You don't have an annual enrollment period for a supplement like you do with Medicare Advantage. So you continue to pay your premium. That supplement continues to stay in place for you. If you have a Part D prescription drug plan, though, you do want to pay attention to your renewal notices for that. Part D prescription drug plans follow that annual enrollment period like Medicare Advantage plans do.
Oh, wait a minute. I have a drug plan, and I was ignoring them because I thought if I don't do anything, I default to what I had. No?
Sure,
Yes?
no, sure. I mean, but that's why you pay attention to your renewal notices. Chances are your prescription drug plan is being renewed, but in some cases that may not be the case. So you just want to pay attention to those notices.
Let me give a disclaimer here. Integra Insurance does all of my insurance shopping, all of it, whenever we need anything.
Mine too.
Yeah, and they save me money, and everyone I know they do. So, okay, thanks for that. Now let's answer some questions here. Ryan has a comment on the concrete call. You know, I often had someone say, experts tell me, what do you call someone who says they have a concrete slab or sidewalk, they've had it for 10 years, and there's no defects whatsoever, no cracking, no hazing, nothing. And I said, what do you call them? And they said, a liar. But I don't know. Ryan, what do you say? Go ahead.
Well, concrete's going to crack, Tom. I mean, that's just what it does. I mean, it's not going to stay beautiful forever. But the thing is like a lot of these guys now are coming out into the industry, and they're good flat workers. They've got experience and all that. They know what they're doing, but they're trying to get as many jobs as they can get done in a day done. And so the concrete truck will show up, and then they want to pour this stuff like soup so that it lays out quicker and they can smooth it out and finish it faster. And whenever you do that, yes, it's going to provide a nice finish, but all your aggregate and the chemicals that are in the concrete and everything are going to settle at the bottom. And so you're left with a sheet on top of the concrete and the integrity is just sacrificed.
So Ryan, what you're saying, basically what you're saying, if you don't have the proper slump, they call it, or thickness from the beginning, you're sacrificing long-term quality.
Absolutely. 100%.
And the reason they don't ask for the proper slump in the beginning is it's too hard to work.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to Bob. Bob always chimes in. He's on our referral list at referralist.com, LEM, Landscape and Concrete. Go ahead, Bob. What do you have to say?
All right, well, here's the thing, Tom, and I've been talking about this for 6 weeks. The only way these homeowners are going to quit getting crappy work is to quit going with the lowest price. The incident you talked about earlier where the guy said they put water down on it, you can never put water down on the concrete when it's on the ground. That's why it's mixed in a truck.
And don't you agree? Don't you agree with Ryan on the proper slump needed?
Oh, well, yes. And here's the thing. I've been doing it 45 years. In 45 years, I've never had a complaint, and I've never had to replace anything. We warranty the concrete. There's no company in this state that I know does that. And how do we do that? If you get a crack, we want a picture of it right away. You're probably going to get a hairline crack. If that crack ever starts to widen, we're going to go out and tear it out and put it back in, because the only thing that's going to cause that is if we didn't compact it right or we didn't put rebar in it. We will not use wire. And that's what I keep trying to tell these homeowners. They're going with the cheap guys because they think they're going to get this great job. There's a reason guys like me and maybe the gentleman before do so much concrete, and we can cover it because we do it right. And these homeowners want the cheap price, and they're getting exactly what they're paying for. They got to quit doing that. I offered you a month ago that when people are getting bids on concrete, even if they don't want to pick us, I'll be glad to go out and look at their job. And almost every time I have done that, we're $1,000, maybe $800 difference, and they want to go with the low guy. They don't care about the warranty, and then when it fails, they're on the radio complaining. You get what you pay for, and concrete. I mean, if you go on our website on Facebook, or I should say Facebook, look at our stamp concrete, that's what you should get, not what I'm seeing out there with several of your homeowners I've looked at.
Okay.
I haven't found one yet that doesn't need to be tore out.
Well, you get what you pay for. Bob, I'll agree in general. You get what you pay for unless you're in California buying ham that's uncured, unseasoned, unflavored, and crappy natural. By the way, I've decided I want unnatural from now on. Anyway, Bob, I'm just kidding. You're right about what you say. But remember this, folks. We've had a lot of people charge too much and do bad jobs too. But Bob is right. You need to know what they're going to do and how they're going to do it, and what their warranties are and how long they've been around, and all of that stuff. 303-713-TALK. I'd like to talk to Integra Insurance again. And by the way, if anyone has comments on concrete, give us a call, or any problem, question, or complaint. And by the way, you can also call and talk to us about your health insurance if you need it, or any problem you have. Now, when we're talking about drug plans or Advantage or regular insurance, okay, now, do people in group plans, someone wants to know, with an employer, do they have to do anything?
Hi, Tom. This is Jared. You don't have to do anything during open enrollment period because a group plan usually has their own set enrollment period. Usually it is the fourth quarter, but it could be next year. It could be at another time.
But it's for the employer, right?
Right. It's employer. Employers have their own open enrollment.
But we don't have to do anything as an employee if we have a plan covered by our work.
It depends when, right? Like what Jared was just saying, it depends when the employee's enrollment period is for that plan. And with group, it could be now 90+% is probably going to be around this time for a January 1st effective date. But groups can get health insurance anytime during the year and set that up anytime, so they could have their enrollment period or their renewal anniversary period for July 1st or August 1st or something like that.
I understand. And then your employer says what? Pick your plan, or this is what we have. Do they actually get choices when you have a group plan?
Correct. Yes, sir. I mean, that the employer would notify probably 30 to 60 days out. 60 days out is preferable for sure, but that the renewal period's coming up. Here are your plan options. You can opt out. You can participate, all that good stuff.
We got more coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, GarageMagic.com for garage floors. And speaking of concrete, to decorate your concrete, they can also cover minor cracks and stuff and rejuvenate concrete, GarageMagic.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance, where you only pay for what you need.
Plenty of drama throughout the Denver Metro on the north end of town, starting with I-25 southbound at 48th. We've got an accident in the right lane, stop-and-go traffic back from I-76, and about 10 minutes of delays for drivers. Speaking of I-76, eastbound roads after I-270, another crash in the left lane this time. Stop-and-go traffic back from Pecos, and over 20 minutes of delays for drivers. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's a sunny one today, again a bit warmer than yesterday with a high of 68 degrees in the afternoon. Tonight, low of 40 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny again with a high of 74. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Visit libertymutual.com to learn more.
Hey, if you're looking for a reverse loan, you know, the interest rates do have an effect on reverse loans. You need someone to be honest with you on what it will do for you. It's a way to tap your equity. Maybe you just want to get rid of a payment, a house payment, or an emergency line of credit. Whatever it is, Joan Sullivan, the owner, Mary Jane, the manager, and her team will take care of you. I want you to call in for any questions. Approval, reverse.com, people you can trust. 303-771-3528.
So many people have told me about Orchard, and no wonder. It's the new way.
Between the walls.
How much time do I have?
I've seen that on like those home building shows before.
Thank
like,
you.
It's really cheap.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a fire that thing goes up.
Well, I would guess you're doing good, well-rated fire
On the outside,
siding,
right? Yeah.
But you're right. If that got through there, boy, you're doing a tinderbox.
Or even if moisture got in.
Is regular insulation like the old 3M rollout shit?
Yeah.
I never even thought of that. That'll light right up, won't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
But I don't know.
I don't know. I'm sure it's got some. It's got to have some fire. Yeah.
Our attic, we got like 4 attics, man. It's crazy how they designed it. But the main attic, like where our furnace is, they have got like 3 feet of this blown-in shit up there, and it seems to work really well.
I mean, they spray fire retardant on kids' clothes, so I'm sure that they put fire retardant or something on all that insulation. Yeah, like
it's like built into
it. California, of course, going what Tom said, they require all this crazy freaking, and they're all about health, but they put fire retardant on kids' clothes so that kids can't catch on fire.
That's crazy.
How bad is that?
Not like it's pajamas that are loose pajamas. So you have to find like pajama gowns, or you have to find stuff that's tighter that doesn't have fire retardant on it. Because if you're in a fire, fire retardant pajamas are going to save you from.
Save your life.
I guess. Makes sense, right?
What are you, Superman? You put this on, so it's a secret cloak against fire. Wow. Somebody's bored out there.
Huh?
Somebody's bored.
Yeah.
That's why I think insurances are the way they are. It's because somebody's really high up. They just got to make themselves feel like they're doing something.
Well,
Make up all these rules.
That's government.
It's government.
Like you feel like we have to be doing something. No, you don't.
You don't. You're good.
Yeah.
Make yourself feel important.
They're so elite. Once you're in there long enough, I mean, you just become part of the elite. You know, it's easy to say you wouldn't do that, but imagine you do get elected and you get very used to everything going your way.
Sure.
Do you ever want to leave that? Of course not.
No.
But that's the whole problem.
What?
Those finance guys that came to the office years and a half ago.
Okay.
I work with them.
Yeah.
They're doing a Social Security thing. They told me to come.
Nice.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Perfect timing.
I would, the one thing someone was asking me about, Bob, who was just commenting on that concrete. You know, there's small companies that can do a good job. I mean, if you know how to do your trade, you know how to do it.
Yeah.
But I think that warranty is interesting that he has.
How long was it?
I didn't ask him that.
Yeah, he didn't say.
It sounds
I
like
I don't know.
It sounds
that's a hell of a great question. If it's 90 days, who gives a shit?
Yeah, right.
It's going to look great for 90 days. The guy that did mine, I had a lot done, and I had to have a guy that could do not just the flat work, but an actual foundation.
99.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. All right, so what should we do with this problem with the concrete, by the way? We have established it's not a great job. It's been 2 years.
Well, I don't know what Denver Pro Concrete's going to do. They basically told the guy to pound sand, and I don't know. I mean, we can light them up, but it's been 2 years is the other part of it. They're blaming the aggregator or whatever you want to call him, the mixer. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I don't think it's the mix. I don't
think it's the mix either.
Here's the thing. Did somebody say anything about they put water on the finish?
They said LEM, Bob said they might have, oh no, I'm sorry, it was a guy that called before LEM, said they might have watered it down, yeah.
Oh. So here's what I'm thinking. Maybe he calls Garage Kings, Mark, and
it's a big driveway, bro.
What's that?
It's a big driveway.
Oh. I don't know, man. You know, I've seen people do a number of things with this kind of concrete. Okay, here's what I've seen. They tear it out. Okay, that's one. And redo it. The next one is they grind the surface so it's all uniform. They take all the spalling out because structurally it's not going away and it's more of a rough finish. Another thing is they coat it like we know. And they coat it and it looks beautiful. But you're saying, Mark, that can get pretty expensive.
Yeah, that could get pretty expensive.
I'm wondering.
I mean, for a driveway or something.
Can you get Garage Kings on and ask them on a new driveway?
Yeah.
That doesn't really have to be cleaned that much. Just really, that has to be ground a little.
They got to prep it, sand it. Well, let's ask them. Let's see what they got to do.
Let's ask them. That's one solution. Tom, I'm going to be bottom line here. I don't think you have any power. I don't think you can sue them. I don't think you can say it's their fault. I mean, yeah, it's ultimately their fault, but I don't think it'll ever pay to go after them. That's the bottom line. Now, you may want to try small claims court. It's a $50 gamble, and you say, look, here's how much it's going to cost. Did he say how much it cost to put that in originally, Tom? How much?
$16,000.
Oh!
$16,100 and
maybe what you do, maybe we talk to Garage Kings and ask them what it would cost to fix it, roughly.
The thing is he knew a month after this was put in that there were problems. I called him out to look at my front porch cracking, and he said, "Oh, that's just normal." And he came out and he put a sealer on it. I told him at that time, I'm not really happy with his concrete. He said, "Well, there's nothing you can really do about it except seal this up." And then he tried to blame it on the fact that I had a sprinkler system put in and the sprinkler had gotten it wet.
Listen, Tom, do you think this guy has the wherewithal? In order to get a $15,000 judgment, and I don't think you will, but if you did...
It would be more than that because now you're talking tear out.
Yeah. You're going to have to go to county court. Well, what's the limit on county court?
I think 15, but I could be off.
I just don't know if it's going to be worth fighting. I mean that. I mean, in other words, I think the money it would take to fight this
25
would be better spent getting it fixed. I know that's not a great answer, but when you have someone who says, "Hey, we don't care. We did a great job." What do you do? This is the age-old problem on this show. When many times we have success getting things done, but if people say, "Hey, we've done the best we can," forget it. What do? Do you spend money fighting them? I had a guy one time that fought the contractor of his house. Well, I have two cases that I can come to mind. One is where it truly paid, and they got all kinds of damages. And plus the builder had to buy it back. In another case, it was barely enough to pay the fight. So when he got a judgment, not only did he have to try to collect the judgment, even if he collected 100% of the judgment, it would never make him whole. It's a gamble. You know, I've always thought there should be a way to resolve problems legally. I don't mean like, you know, arbitration where everyone has to agree, but legally, mandatory. Like if you wanted to, let's say, mandatorily, if you wanted to force someone into arbitration where it's less cost, I would like that to be an option. I would like some other way of dispute resolution. Not the voluntary kind. I mean, where people know when I get into this, I at least have an option. So,
is there any way
I don't know.
Could call him and, you know, kind of scare him into the fact that...
Well, I don't... See, here's
let's
the thing.
just call him and see if he'll come on and talk about it. We haven't even done that.
No, I want you to know this. We don't mind calling him at all and tell him what we found out. That's a good option. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So hang on, and let's see what we come up with.
I'm going to call him right now.
All right. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. If you have a beautiful garage, you want to keep that door working properly, One Clear Choice Doors. I love these people. I mean it, man. They're the best in the business and one of the few companies authorized to do factory work on your garage doors or openers. Check them out. 720-370-3987. All of their prices at oneclearchoicedoors.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Plenty of drama throughout the Denver Metro on the north end of town, starting with I-25 southbound at 48th. We've got an accident in the right lane, stop-and-go traffic back from I-76, and about 10 minutes of delays for drivers. Speaking of I-76, eastbound roads after I-270, another crash in the left lane this time. Stop-and-go traffic back from Pecos and over 20 minutes of delays for drivers. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's a sunny one today. Again, a bit warmer than yesterday with a high of 68 degrees in the afternoon. Tonight, low of 40 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny again with a high of 74. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 630 KHOW.
As the leaves change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Choosing a Medicare plan is a big decision. And with all the options out there, it would be nice to sit down and talk with someone who knows all about Medicare plans. Well, United Healthcare has Medicare plan experts right here in Colorado, ready to help answer all your Medicare questions. Call a United Healthcare Medicare plan expert today at 1-888-CALL-UHC or go to myuhcagent.com. Hurry, enrollment is open from October 15th to December 7th. The United Healthcare Medicare plan expert is a licensed sales agent producer.
Genesis Total Exteriors.com. You know what? Genesis will take care of all of your exterior needs. Roofing, gutters, siding, including stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting, and more. And by the way, as winter comes around, you can get them for your basements, kitchens, and baths. Genesis Total Exteriors. In a time when we're talking about bad contractors, I'll tell you what, it's refreshing to know that I've known Genesis for like 30 years. 303-679-8509. Speaking of that, how about SimplyFloorsInc.com? That's INC for your floor coverings. SimplyFloorsInc.com. They'll come to you with luxury vinyl planking or hardwoods or carpeting, whatever you need, and they provide a design consultant for you to make sure you get the right floor for what you need. SimplyFloorsInc.com. You know, you hear a lot of bragging from attorneys who say they're going to get you a lot of money. The bottom line is you need the right attorney, and it's not always the biggest, baddest law firm because they have armies of attorneys, and you're just a number. No matter how you look at it, the bigger they are, the smaller you are. That's just the way it is. When you have only one attorney like John Fuller, personally talking to you about your case and personally overseeing each and every aspect and giving you his personal cell phone and keeping you abreast personally, that's when you know you have a law firm smaller by design. He will only take as many cases as he can work personally. John Fuller, Fuller Law. Someone I know and trust, and you can too. Why don't you notice the difference for yourself? 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or...
Yeah, I just have 2 appointments in the morning, and then I was going to work on all that stuff since I'm going to be down there.
Well, he was saying, just to let you know.
How much time do I have,
He
Shannon?
was having these issues.
Oh, wow.
And
Okay.
was telling you within the first 60 days.
What?
But you
No,
guys
just one.
won't do
Never
it.
mind. Just one.
Okay. I tried to give you the opportunity.
Was he pissed?
Uh,
Was he being a prick?
no, I can't say he was being a prick.
Did you talk to him?
I can't say he was being a prick, but basically saying we got a 1-year warranty. And the guy looks like he had water damage or some kind of mag chloride. And we did go out there and we told him that, but that's it.
I think a few other people suggested that mag chloride.
Are we still doing Halloween?
Do what?
You still coming down here for Halloween?
Halloween.
You know, I thought I was
October
going to get an
31st.
asshole, but he really wasn't.
I have it in my
I don't think so.
calendar.
I don't think so.
Man.
Is he coming on?
No, he won't come on. Says he's in the middle of a pour, but he knew who the guy was, took time to talk to me. I don't know, man. I think he probably watered it down. He's saying it's mag chloride or the guy's sprinkler somehow got water or something along those
That's
kind
what
of
the guy was
lines.
saying, yeah.
And he said, we did go out there, and we told the guy our warranty just doesn't cover that, and it's been 2 years now, so.
Yeah, 2 years, that's a long... I mean, it should last longer for sure, but...
It would be crazy to have that coating done on the whole driveway. Whew. Man, that all comes down to how big's that driveway. That shit, you got to figure $5+ a square foot.
For what?
It's a coating that goes over concrete. I'm sure you've seen it in people's garage.
Yeah, you put it in the garage, like
It's
that
gorgeous.
diamond coating or whatever it's called.
We
or-
have it done, and we have it out on our deck. It's really cool shit, but I can't imagine paying for a driveway.
Does it have grip?
Yeah, so the stuff that we did outside on the patio, they added Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark talked to the concrete company. Bottom line is this, Tom had it poured, 2 years ago, was it? Yeah, 2 years ago.
And it's starting to spall. The surface is coming up a little. He calls it cracking. I didn't see the actual cracks. I saw the spalling of the surface.
Yep.
Exposing that light stone aggregate underneath. He's upset with it. I don't blame him. But it's been 2 years. Mag chloride can do that, but I don't know what else could do that. And if it's done properly, perhaps not even mag chloride. I don't know. I just don't know. It's so easy for companies to look at things after the fact and make comments, but structurally it's still sound. This guy is very upset. He said, could you at least call the company? And, Mark, they're sticking to their guns, aren't they?
Yeah, sticking to their guns. They said they went out there when he first called, going back into the first year, which is what their warranty is, and they went out there, something with the sprinkler, just like the caller said, or he said the other thing it looks like is maybe they parked there in the mag chloride, but we don't warranty that.
And he's just not going to have it.
No, he's not going to do anything. He wouldn't come on the air, but the guy he didn't sound like a total jerk or anything. He knew who this customer was. I don't know. I think the driveway looks like crap, but this guy's not going to do anything.
What would you do, Mark?
Boy, I don't know at this point, man. We're going to ask Tony or TJ with Garage Kings how much that coating would be, but as far as with this contractor, it's not worth going to court because I don't think you're going to win. It's 2 years later. It's a 1-year warranty. And we don't even know if he has that in writing. And then you're going to have to find a judge and some experts that all agree there's no way it was something outside like mag chloride or a problem with the sprinkler system. It all had to do with either the concrete mix or the labor from this guy. I just don't see that a winning case.
Let's talk to TJ right now. TJ is with Garage Kings. Now, they do polyaspartic coatings up and down the front range. And they do guaranteed for life and all of that. They do a great job. TJ, what I'd like to know, have you gone into problem concrete and made it look good?
Yeah, we do this all the time, Tom. If the coating, like the HOA won't allow it, what we could actually go do is grind that top layer off. And what that does, it actually protects it because that top layer, it just what the mag chloride got to. It's a very thin coat.
Let me ask you something. If you grind the top layer, what does it look like? Does it look like a brush finish?
A brush swirl finish. So kind of like a circle pattern brush.
And what would that cost per square foot?
Well, we just charge $2 a square foot.
How many? So that's not putting a coating on it, but it's what I mentioned before, kind of grinding it down. Tom, how many square feet do you have?
It's hard to say. It's 12 by 60.
Oh. 12 by 60. Let's do some quick math, people.
Yeah.
That's a big one. 12 by 60. So what are we looking at, guys? 12 by 60, and then we're looking at $2. So we're looking at $1,400 or so, $1,500.
Right.
That is pretty cheap compared to all the alternatives, Tom. Have you had good results with that, TJ?
$16,000 that I paid originally.
What's that?
I said it's cheaper than the $16,000 I paid originally.
Yeah. Now, TJ, have you had good results with that?
Yes. What happens is I've dealt with Curtis with concrete on your referral list.
Yeah.
And it's basically when the concrete dries, that top layer could be a little thin sometimes, depending on when it was poured. So if we just remove that, we're getting down to the actual structure of the concrete.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you could. Now, just out of curiosity, what would it cost for, coming in and doing a coating? I'm just curious.
So we're at $5.25.
Okay, $5.25. And that includes prep, right?
That includes prep.
All right. Thank you very much, TJ. Garage Kings is 720-252-0370. 720-252-0370. We have more coming up, including any questions you have on health insurance and open enrollment. We'll go over some of those right after this.
Just like the virus has evolved.
Football.
Not anymore. Not after
Other questions?
I'm done.
You're a fair weather fan, buddy.
It's just there's nothing. I texted my buddy last week during that.
Sorry about the whole hiccup with Curtis there.
Whatever that was.
I just saw an email about waiting.
Well, last night was this because last night was it sounded like the same. I said I texted him a picture, a gif of T-Boy. I said, "Is this guy still out there?" Because at least then it was exciting.
Yeah, we had fun with it.
At least then, people were cheering. Right now, it's just. Like the penalties, every time we go backwards more than we go forwards.
Oh, it's really, really bad to watch. My buddies all across the
bad
nation,
football.
They're like, please take the Broncos off of primetime.
Such bad football.
I love watching the Eagles this year because I like that one undefeated team.
Oh, they're good.
But Brady, I love watching Brady. He's just, man. He should have stayed retired.
He should have stayed retired.
Should have stayed married.
Mm-hmm.
And it just fucked him up, I guess. I mean, he sucks, man. I love watching Brady, too.
Yeah.
It's been a weird year. Look at the Jets. Look at the Giants. Look at Minnesota. Yeah. All of them are 4-5-1. 5-1. We play the Jets next week.
Yeah. I don't care anymore.
The Chargers kicker last night. Did you watch the game?
Yeah.
I think he was embellishing a little.
He was milking.
He's a kicker. He's an ex-soccer player, of course.
No, but he was. Did you know what I'm talking about?
No, I didn't get to see it.
So he pulled.
It wasn't
something.
on ESPN Plus.
So he'd make the field goal and then he'd fall to the ground.
Are you serious?
Oh.
Are you serious?
Oh, it was he kicked 4 fucking field goals. I made all of them.
Yeah.
I know. And afterwards they were asking him, where would you have felt comfortable with that injury? 30, 40, 50, 60 yards? Oh, it's not how far. It's just, I always kick as hard. It wouldn't matter how many yards. And I'm going, get the fuck out of here.
He was totally milking. Like, you could tell. If you're going to kick a field goal for 40 yards, that last one was about 40.
It was, yeah. Might have been 46, but it was good, yeah.
You could tell he was hurt, but not like, look at me, I'm on national TV.
No, he definitely was embellishing. He should probably take some acting lessons, because you're right, it was almost obvious.
It was so obvious. Yeah, it was just like, come on, man.
What would make it to where you could kick just as good, but then right after, you're in excruciating pain and fall to the ground? But then you walk off the field or walk onto it with no problem.
Yeah.
I'm going, what injury would that be? And I'm sure it is something.
I bet he tweaked something.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Not to the point of, I don't know.
That's like a broken
you don't
something.
have a backup kicker. You don't have one on the field.
No, in fact, so I needed 4 points. I wouldn't bet on the Broncos. And they always fuck me. They always fuck me. They fucked me by 1 point on this one.
Yeah, I got 4.5.
I had 4. So even a push would have been great to me, but I knew it was going to end in 3. I should have never have taken the bet. I just know it. I went against my own rules. And but I figured they'd get just walloped again. And
their defense is really good.
Their defense is
That's
what's so frustrating about it. That's what's so frustrating.
They're the number 1 defensive league.
And their worst offense in the league. Yeah.
The defense looked really good, actually.
It looks amazing. They give them every chance.
There was a couple times Denver got right to their quarterback without getting touched.
Yeah.
Vice versa, too, though.
Yeah.
It's so boring to watch, though, man.
That's the thing. Like, I'm not a fair weather fan. I'm just at the point of my life where I can't spend those hours watching such a bad product anymore.
I still watch.
Like, I've got other things that are more important. I got kids to play with. I mean, there's just more important things for me to do than just sit and watch a really bad product.
This is where you put your kids in front of the TV and teach them a lesson.
Oh, jeez.
Teach them a lesson. This is how you do not play any
sport. No. It's
football.
It's more of a punishment instead of taking their phone away.
Right? I'm going to make you watch the Broncos game. I'm going to make you watch the.
What was that? You're watching the Broncos. No, Daddy.
I loved how afterwards, who's the team captain?
Oh, Simmons.
He comes out and he basically backed up with the bus over the coach 2 or 3 times.
Oh yeah.
He said, "Oh, this is all coming. It all starts at the top." Is basically he was throwing that coach under the bus in so many words. It was obvious as hell.
The defense is doing their job.
And they're hurt.
And he's an offensive coach. He's calling the plays. He's the one who's responsible mostly for that.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, this quarterback, I think he just sucks. I mean, I don't think the coach is basically saying you're not allowed to play.
Geno Smith is tearing it up in Seattle.
Yeah.
A career backup quarterback.
Quarterback in the league. Number 1.
That's crazy.
So,
the quarterback rating.
Yeah. Maybe it is the system. Or maybe, I don't know.
Guess who's number 2? Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's
a freaking beast.
I love watching him.
Oh, now that's fun football when you watch Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I like watching KC guy too, Mahomes.
Yeah.
He's not as fun as he was the first few years, but
we got 2 of those games coming.
Still the best games I ever watched. I had Brady when they had the biggest comeback ever. I mean, it was.
Was that the Falcons in the Super Bowl?
Troubleshooter show. What is your first name?
They were down 21.
20.
And
then I think
28-3. Talk to Tom about
and
the show today.
Then right after kickoff for second half, I think the other team scored again, or maybe it was right before.
It was 25-3, and they got a field goal to make it 28-3 early in the second half or something like that.
So I go on to FanDuel, or it wasn't even FanDuel, it was an offshore at the time, and I fucking bet a shitload on Brady to come back and win.
Are you kidding me?
I made more money on one bet than I ever did before, and I bet just enough to cover a huge bet I had on him at the beginning.
What did you bet?
points, or did you bet actual just?
No, I bet
straight
the
up winning
outright.
End of the game. End of the game, not second half. End of the game.
That's good for you.
Yeah, but it was paying like 10 or 12 to 1. So I think I bet about 500 or 600. I already had a $2,000 or $3,000 bet. I was sure I was losing no matter what. It was more of just trying to play the odds to come back.
Sure.
Yeah, but I mean, that's all I was doing, and it cost another 500 compared to definitely, at least in my opinion at the time, losing $3-4 grand.
Sure.
But that was the best game I ever watched, not just because of the bet, but it was unbelievable.
That was a good game. That was in football. Except I hated the Patriots, so
still hate
that's
I even texted a neighbor of mine that never bets, never, and I bet him during that game a dinner at Del Frisco's, and he took it. He's never taken a bet I've ever seen in my life,
So
he fucking lost it.
Yeah, a lot
and
of
when
people do.
he didn't pay up for about a year and a half, but when the four of us finally went out to dinner, he was still burned by it. He actually thought like I had some kind of inside info.
Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. 30% off. Use Tom in the promo code. Get your CBD products, and those are pure, organic, from seed to sale, in a scientific lab that used to be the EPA lab in Golden, now dedicated to CBD. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Tom in the promo code, 30% off. That's Panacea Life Sciences. So we have a guy who says he has a solution for the concrete call. We were talking about concrete. We're also talking health insurance. And we were talking about anything else on your mind. But I have a question I want to ask, and I just want to ask it. I don't want to start a controversy. As you know, this is not a sports show, just like it's not a political show. But I have to ask, do you think Russell Wilson lost it, or is he in a slump? I just want to put that out there. Do you think he lost it? Is it over? Did he peak? I mean, this guy's been, I guess, stellar, right, until he got here? I don't know.
I think that's all up to him, don't you?
Well, I mean, but what do you think? There are people that lose it and it never comes back.
Yeah, but then there's people that lose it and they do come back.
Oh, of course. But didn't Bernie Kosar have a short peak? Or what? Or was he... I don't recall him as being stellar, right? I mean, I'm not a sports expert at all, but do you think Russell Wilson was a good choice? Do you think, Mark? Do you like him?
In hindsight, it was a horrible choice.
Well, right now. But is it coaching?
Everybody says it's coaching as well, but I don't know, man. When you pay money for Russell Wilson like that, what was it, $250 million? On a 5-year deal or something? That's crazy amounts. We expect more than that as any fan.
Mark, what's happening? You say you have a solution. The guy that called it the concrete, I call that spalling as the surface is coming off, the thin surface. And we have a guy that says you can grind it down and expose the real, it'll get down to the solid part, and all that little dusty crap will go away, the chipping. Mark, what do you think? You say you have a solution. What is it? Are you there, Mark?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, there I am. Yeah, all these mixer companies train their drivers in quality control, and all you have to do really is get a hold of the mixer company's quality control department and find out if this contractor, see what's going on is when they lay that down, they screed it off flat, then they take the water hose off the mixer truck, spray water on top of the surface of the concrete, then they put a bow float on it, and that brings the cream right to the top. Well, the problem with that is it doesn't seal the surface of the concrete. So the elements get underneath the surface of the concrete, freeze and thaw, and that whole slab will come apart from the inside out, if you don't get it resealed. Now, they keep records on all that stuff. All you have to do is ask that mixer company very diplomatically, because he is one of their customers, how many slabs he's had to have replaced. He's got to, if they did that to that customer, they're doing it to other customers, and he's had to have had several problems.
Yeah,
And
but
he's
how do you
ripping
know
people
they're
off
using?
by doing
How do you
it
know
that
they're
way.
using water, though, Mark? How do you know they're using?
That's what happens. As soon as you spray that water on top of that surface, you screw that whole pad up.
Mark, what I'm asking is, do all contractors spray water on the surface? I've never heard of that.
No, only the ones that are doing it to get away from. You gotta when you pour that, you can pour wet concrete and it'll be okay. And you pour it wet, and when that water comes out, it comes out on the surface and then it evaporates away. After that happens, it starts to stiffen up, and you get on it with boards and trials. That's where you work the cream back into the aggregate. When they put water on top of it, it makes a thin surface, and it happens all the time.
I get it.
If you get a hold of that mixer company, they will be able to tell you if he's had other problems, and I guarantee you he has.
But I'm going to ask this once again, Mark. What gives you the impression they sprayed water on it?
Because of the way it's come apart. He said that the surface has come apart, and you can see the aggregate on the inside. The only thing that'll really cause that is water.
Okay. Can I ask you, what is the reason... What is the reason they spray water? To make it easier to work?
To bring the cream up to the top, because you know how you've seen it after they bull floated a pad.
Yes.
Shiny.
Yes.
Okay, that's the cream that's coming up. And instead of getting on it with boards and working that cream up, they do it with water and a bull float, and then they can just cut the joints in from the sides. And they don't have to work the top of the concrete at all. They can just flatten it out, bull float it, and then they cut their joints in, and they're gone and wait for it to harden. And all it does is damage the...
Why would they, if they continually have problems, why would they keep doing it that way? Is it easier?
Because there's millions of customers. Yeah, exactly. They can move right on. Just like your other caller said, they can get done with that slab and move on to the next one and get their paychecks and move on.
Okay, I get it.
And it's crooked. It's crooked.
So what's the solution?
Well, that fella that's going to grind it off is a good solution, but I would get a hold of that mixer company and get the evidence and sue them people in court over it, because I mean they keep records. As a matter of fact, I guarantee you, but
yeah, but even if they
even talk to the drivers, see the drivers, they go to these same customers over and over again.
I understand, but what kind of records would they have? Would they have a record that he used water on it?
The load sheet.
They make no
a
record of how much water.
Okay,
how much water
Mark.
they put in.
No, Mark. Thank you. You sound obviously like you know what you're doing. Now listen. We have to make an important announcement here, though, with Integra. Integra's talking health insurance. When technically is open enrollment?
Open enrollment officially begins November 1st, and to get a January 1st effective date, most individuals and families need to have a plan selected and enrolled in by December 15th. And the ultimate deadline for open enrollment is January 15th, and that's for a February 1st effective date.
I want to ask you something. Is there a fine anymore?
Well, there's technically and there's reality. So technically, the penalty still exists. That can't be removed from the law, but the penalty was made $0 during the tax what's the word I'm looking for, tax laws, or what the previous administration passed. So the penalty is $0. There's no teeth to the penalty.
Okay, by the way, you can say the Trump administration, you won't turn to salt. You're allowed to...
Then the Trump administration. There you go.
Okay, so it's a zero penalty. Why hasn't Biden increased the penalty again? I'm just curious.
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that.
Couldn't he do? Okay, so
no, I thought the Supreme Court ruled on that.
Well, it was passed in the previous It was passed in the previous, all the tax overhaul, the tax, I'm not thinking of the right word, right? That was part of that legislation that was passed under the Trump administration. And so you'd have to change all of that. I mean, they'd have to.
But I want to talk about this open enrollment. What are the if you don't renew during open enrollment, are you precluded? Are you done? You're prevented from re-enrolling?
Unless you have a qualified life event.
What about getting sick or a tumor? Is that a qualified event?
No, sir.
Okay, hold on. We're going to talk more about
buying car insurance after the accident, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. But I want to talk to Sam. This sounds like just to start this call. We'll go back to health insurance, and we need to talk about Bright Health. If you have Bright Health, there's some important information they're pulling out of Colorado. Hold on, though. Sam, what did you want to say, Sam?
Yep. Hey, Tom, how are you doing? Last week, I didn't hear the show last week, but last week, I believe Mark was talking about home warranties and asked the audience out there, does anybody have anything good to say about any of these companies? My wife called and just basically told them that we had good luck with American Home Shield.
Oh, Tom, listen to this. Ask them what the good luck was. Ask them refrigerator, oven, and then a roof, if I recall. What can you break those down, Sam?
Yes. Well, let me tell you, on the oven was $4,200. I looked it up. We got that at they brought it in, took out the old one with no problem. Roof, I had my roof looked at because there was a couple of tiles rubbed by some limbs that we were cutting off. So I called American Home Shield. It was on the contract. They sent somebody out here. He looked at it, and he said, you'll get my report tomorrow. I got a call from American Home Shield that it's been approved, and the company's coming out on Wednesday of next week to fix the roof.
Okay.
So that's part of it. And Tom, I can get you all the information, the contract and all that stuff.
Sam, on the oven, may I ask you, Sam, on the oven, how old was it?
Yes. The oven, we put in a brand new decor oven in 1998.
Okay.
And
he didn't even tell you about the fridge yet.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and then the fridge as well. So I looked up the oven. It was a GE monogram, top of the line, and I looked it up. It was $4,200.
And by the way, what is your premium?
My premium is $55 a month.
Wow!
But
and how long have you been paying it?
I've been saying I'd say about 4 years.
Okay,
I'm with them.
Before the roof repair, his wife was around. It was over $10,000 in replacements, if I recall.
Well, you're one of the few that work out. You're one of the few, Sam, that work out. I mean, what can I tell you? Look. Does that sell me on home warranties? Never.
Yep.
And I'll tell you why. Because Sam,
horror stories out. Yeah.
I hear more. There are more horror stories. Literally, the contracts are written to be broken. It's pretty obvious if they never paid a claim, they wouldn't be in business. But the problem is they play the numbers, okay? And what I'm saying to you is they are written to screw people. Now, you had good luck. I'm happy for you. There are people who buy extended warranties on used cars. I recommend against them that have good luck. But that doesn't mean for me, oh, that person had good luck. Everybody go out and buy one. No, I get what you're saying. I mean, and I would certainly say that you're ahead of the system right now, and you're beating the system. They had
such good luck. I thought she was a plant.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Who knows?
And you know what, Tom, I totally agree with you. I'm not going out there and saying, "Hey, everybody, get a home."
No, I get
warranty.
it. I get it
for me, and that's all I was responding to when Mark said, and then he said to her, He said to her, "Well, you're a plant for the company."
No, I didn't say that.
And by the way,
I said send. I said I would like to see that roof report, and I'll tell you why.
Which we didn't get.
Yeah, which we didn't get, but I do believe him. But hold on, I want to say this. I had no idea, and I forget what company he was dealing with, would have anything to do with roofing.
That's right. I've never,
Mark.
That's good, but we got to take this break. But I do want to say I have never heard ever of roofs being included, but I would like to see that just for my edification. We have more coming up.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You know, these are uncertain times when it comes to loans, but as you heard Mark discussing with Kurt Rogers, the affordable interest mortgage company, the liquidloan.com is a great alternative. What is the liquid loan? It is simple interest. You pay it on the outstanding balance. You can pay that balance down, the principal, anytime you want or not. If you're only going to be there a few years, just pay simple interest. Keep your payments lower. If you want to then stay there, put a couple grand down. And that's more. You put a couple grand down, that's like paying your mortgage down after 5 years. That's like 5 or 6 years of payments. I mean, what I'm saying is you get to control the principal and the interest. That's why it's called the liquid loan. You can borrow more if you have equity and then pay it back down. You can borrow it, pay it, borrow it, pay it. In fact, every penny you have in the bank earns the same interest as your mortgage, so it offsets it. Affordable interest mortgage, theliquidloan.com, 720-895-0500. If you're in trouble, your property, mold, asbestos, black mold, what about fire, flood, broken pipes, ash, soot, whatever it is, don't ever let your insurance company pick the company to fix it. You need a restoration company you can trust. Once your insurance pays, they're done with you. So you need the right company up front, and we know the right company, American Restoration 24/7. Why do I say it? Because we've had experience with them, and we know they do the best job. They have all the EPA certifications and more. American Restoration, here's where you find them. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. Or online at amrest247.com. That's amrest247.com. Contractors, they're one of the nightmares on this show, but you never have to worry with our Genesis Total Exteriors.com. Mark Szymanski, I've known him for 30 years, man, and he's been doing a great job for people. He does everything on the outside of your house. Look at it, he does it. Windows, yeah. Siding, yes. Roofing, yes. Gutters, yes. Decks, yes. Painting, yes. Whatever it is. And he starts turning his attention to the inside as weather gets bad. If you need a bathroom, a kitchen, a dining room, or whatever you need, now's the time to call him. A finished basement, call him. That's Genesis Total Exteriors.com. Genesis Total Exteriors.com. 303-679-8509.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken...
Spring was a long time ago. That was the one back in the 60s or 70s.
Please do,
the
Sam.
one in 2000, that was in Egypt, right? Like a lot of it was...
I remember I ran more than anything.
Okay.
It was the last time they had people in the streets.
Yeah.
I heard they were spraying them with bullets today. Like 200 people, but I don't know how true that shit is. You know, it's so hard to get real media.
Troubleshooter.com. You're a good husband, helping your wife out like that. You just shoot us an email, we'll get back to you, man. Bye, Sam. Troubleshooter Show. What is your first name?
Hey, Tom.
Okay, what was that call about, Mark?
Thomas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I'm coming.
Every once in a
Don't
while,
forget Bright. Bright
no,
Health.
We won't.
We
This is
won't.
too much information. I don't. But more clients. And not
Mark, I might cut out of here, but
Okay.
but you know, we'll get it done.
That's why I just.
Hope you're having some fun there.
Well, we are in a way, but and Stephanie's teaching, of course.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know
At
the original
Pepperdine?
reason.
I'm just.
You know the original reason we booked the
encourage
trip.
clients to
Yeah, but then I know everything that morphed.
all of my
And
clients.
everything is being handled. So we're dog sitting.
going to impact
Stephanie's teaching at Pepperdine, and I am.
What is she teaching? Journalist?
You're able.
Yeah,
there are
yeah,
some
broadcast. And
tools
then
that you
and
can
then
use
she's
to
also
help
doing
me out.
some other stuff. So so I'm here alone with the dog.
And
Gracie,
getting rid of their gold plan.
Gracie,
Put her on the
come here,
camera.
Gracie.
They'll have a
Gracie.
gold pathway. I'm not even bringing up the standard.
Gracie girl.
So I didn't even mention.
You remember that little
I didn't say
puppy
anything
we
to do
gave
with the
my
gold plan.
sister-in-law?
Yeah, is this it?
I got
Cutie.
I got to find her. How much time do I have?
Standardized plans? No, I told my dad no. Yeah, I said there's no. I mean, yeah. Like carriers
right.
don't
Call this
want to
guy.
market it. Connect for Health is already marketing on their homepage.
454.
What's that?
Standardized plans.
Who is?
Connect for Health Colorado because they're.
I just end up always staying with Kaiser.
We can talk about it this year if you want.
I mean, I don't even know who else I'd go to. I've talked to you guys. Have given me quotes every year.
It's kind of rates are going to be a lot
can you-
more.
hold on.
pronounced this year.
Let me see
All
if
the
you
health
can-
insurance
hold on,
carriers are going to be much more
Pete,
similar, I think,
Look at-
with what it's looking
hold on.
like based on. But we'll
All
see.
right, look at the
Oh.
camera.
I'll look at it for you when they come out. Hopefully next week.
You see her?
Not-
Hi, Chuck.
Hello. Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sorry. I was trying to show Mark my dog, but he didn't.
I see it now.
Okay. Anyway.
What is that, a Labradoodle?
No, that's a full-bred poodle.
Oh,
Do you remember
okay.
the puppy we brought to the office?
I know, but it was like 12 weeks old.
I know it. And I gave it to my sister-in-law. Anyway, I'm dog sitting plus
Oh, what a cutie.
my wife is teaching, so we're on business. So anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, we have to talk about this because it's very important, but I always give priority to callers. LJ has some quick, concrete information. Let's do that first, and then we'll go and talk about Bright Health is pulling out again. Man, Bright Health did this once before, I think.
No, I don't think so.
Well, let's talk to LJ first. LJ, you have some information on concrete? Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. So, not having seen the images, but the previous caller that talked about them trapping the water back in is absolutely correct. The technical term is called scaling of the surface. And you can look up scaling, SCALING, and type in NRMCA, which stands for National Ready Mix Concrete Association, and also put in concrete in practice. And it will give you what the National Ready Mix Concrete Association uses as the best practice for what causes an issue and how to prevent it.
Well,
And
what does cause it,
that-
LJ? What causes it?
So what will happen is the gentleman's right. The concrete truck will pull up. The finishers will be, maybe it's getting hot. They'll spray water using the hose onto the surface. Most ready-mix companies will then have the driver document 20 gallons of water added or sprayed the surface. They usually type on the notes or write on the notes of the ticket. However, that gentleman had mentioned that the people that delivered it had their own truck, so that may not have happened. But the contractor will spray water on the top. They used to call it blessing the concrete. Then they will trap that water in the surface. Then as it freezes, it will pop in those areas. A lot of contractors will blame mag chloride. A ton of mag chloride has to go down on that concrete for it to pop it. I mean, if you think about all the concrete, like I-25 has concrete, and they put mag chloride directly down, and you don't see it as much. So, I mean, a ton of mag chloride has to
LJ, I want to ask the obvious question. LJ, I got an obvious question. Why do they use water to begin with if it's going to cause problems?
Well, the risk is worth the reward. A lot of contractors will use water to make it easier to finish. A long time ago, they used to say you place concrete, you don't pour it. It should not come out with a lot of water. But the contractors will not want to use the elbow grease to get in and finish the projects. they'll add water to make it easier, almost like watering up cake batter to make you be able to get more cakes out of it. That's exactly why they do it.
So they're lazy.
Well, it makes it easier to finish. It's hard work. You think about pouring that stuff in 100-degree temperature like we had, it starts setting up. So, but it's not meant to be that way. They've just got to prepare. But a lot of contractors will use it to make it easier. But they don't get a lot of problems, so again, the risk is worth the reward. But in this case, they trapped that water in the surface, and then it popped as it got cold.
Is there a way to use water to make it faster, but not let that happen?
Yes, what they do, the contractor has to order, they call it slump.
Right.
Okay? So the higher the slump that comes out of the batch plant at a more wet product, and it's designed for workability. These guys probably ordered a 4-inch slump and poured it at an 8 when they should have ordered a 6, and they would have been fine. But there's a cost associated with being able to make a concrete mix more workable.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Slump refers to that measurement they use with a cone, right, to see how high the concrete will stand on its own?
That's correct. And the lower the slump, the harder it is. Like when you do curb and gutter, that's like 3 inches of slump because you don't want it to fall. When you're doing flat work, you could get away with a 6-inch slump, but these guys added water to probably a 4-inch slump concrete and totally watered it down.
Thank you, LJ. Appreciate it. Let's talk about this quickly, and we'll come back to it. But I want to talk to Insurance. John. Johnny, listen.
Yes, sir.
Or what, either one. But on the Bright Health, didn't Bright Health pull out once before?
No,
or am
sir. That was the Colorado Health Op. So that was one of those health co-ops. They all nationwide, every single one.
And he remembers it because I think you were in it, Tom.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So Bright Health, what's happening?
Bright Health has decided nationwide, this is not just Colorado, Bright Health has decided as a company to no longer offer health insurance plans for 2023. And it seems that they're shifting. They're not going bankrupt. They're not insolvent. Those are not things if you're with Bright Health, they will continue to service those members through the end of the year and pay claims. But they look to be going in a different direction entirely as a company. Not entirely. I mean, it's more of a technology-based type of service for payers, providers, and patients. And we'll see, I guess, long-term what that looks like at all. But as far as health insurance is concerned, that's the important thing because there are over 55,000 or approximately 55,000 individuals and families in Colorado who are currently with Bright Healthcare. And then on top of that, Oscar Health, another one. Now, as of 2021, at the end of 2021, they only had about 3,000 members in our state, but that's combined, that's close to 60,000 people that are going to be losing their health insurance coverage at the end of 2022 and will need to shop for new health insurance plans.
At the end of this year?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Was Bright cost effective?
It's a good question. I mean, they've been over the past few years, they've had, very competitive plan designs and competitive rates. In bronze and silver levels, a lot of times the lowest rates in the areas that they offered plans. So there's multiple factors. There's obviously a lot of things that go into that went into this decision that they've made. I'm not privy to all of those, of course. It was clearly a decision from the top. So
wouldn't you assume they were losing their ass, though, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. They had gone through the entire rate process here in Colorado. So they had gone through the initial rate filings and even the final. It was literally last Tuesday morning that they sent out a press release about this. So we found out the same way a lot of people found out. So
we have to take this quick break. Let's talk about that coming up because I'd like to talk in general about what's here, what do you recommend, and I'd like to talk about the actual coverage. We hear that Obamacare has provided so much insurance to so many people. Now, the one thing I think it did well, it did extend Medicaid, and that does help a lot of people, but is it at the cost of others? By the way, we've been talking about concrete. Let's talk about Garage Magic for your floors, for your garage floors, your patio pool decks, your patios, your walkways, GarageMagic.com. That's coatings for your concrete to protect them, make them look beautiful. And also GutterHelmetDenver.com for reinforcing your gutters and keeping them clean. Lifetime warranty as well. GutterHelmetDenver.com, 303-298-8888.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeart radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Calming down out there on the roads and freeways for the 11 o'clock hour. Still some bumps and bruises out there. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds into and out of downtown. Heading east and towards the airport, Pena Boulevard northbound at 56. We've got an accident. No word on lane blockage, but pretty significant stop and go back from Green Valley Ranch Boulevard. About 2 minutes of delays for drivers. Otherwise, a calm drive around the Denver Metro. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Another sunny day today with a high of 68 in the afternoon. Overnight low of 40 degrees. Tomorrow, even warmer with a high of 74. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some banks can make it complicated to redeem credit card rewards. But with Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Talk about amazing. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. Simply Floors Inc. The name says it all. Simply Floors, whether it be luxury vinyl tile of all kinds. We call them luxury vinyl planks right now, truly. And then you have carpeting of all kinds, all weights, all styles, and hardwoods, laminates, engineered floors. And guess what? Simply Floors Inc. has them all at better prices, better installers, and a better overall experience. Make your own appointment. Simply Floors Inc. INC. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Stem cell therapy is something that helps a lot of people. Now, what I like about Denver Regenerative Medicine is that they'll be open and honest about the procedure because they want to have good stats. Truly, they do. In other words, they don't want to tell you it works unless it works because they want to keep up their success rate. So Denver Regenerative Medicine will do a free complimentary consultation with a stem cell doctor, the one who performs the procedure. Call to schedule, and then he'll tell you what he thinks of what you have and what success rates they have with that area. Stem cell, real stem cells. And they've been doing it for 10 years. 833-STEM-GEN. 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 Look them up at denverregen.com. Learn about history's greatest prescriptions. Actually, I got blood pressure meds, but I mean, they're dirt cheap no matter what.
Do you have football on Thursday? Is that why
so
you're not
you
on
wouldn't
the schedule
pay
here?
if you're total out of pocket. You don't even pay for prescriptions. God.
Not on individual family. On Medicare, you still do.
Yeah. If I calculated up, so I think our premiums are
why?
$12.50
What's at Southland?
a month, and it's just
Oh,
three of
that's
us.
where you're
Miles
going?
has his own through Walmart, and then out of pocket for me was $7,500.
Are you in the gold plan?
Gotcha.
Probably gold.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
say,
easy
high-
peasy. But
high
all the way to Southland, you're going to go take the tolls, aren't you?
What's it called?
You're going to have to.
I got the credit card.
HSA.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ugh.
I got I've been doing that HSA
does the old
now
iHeart
for 3-4
reimburse
years,
you?
whatever it's been.
Oh,
and,
gotcha.
Shit, man, we probably got. I made some great investments on that. I took the HSA
You'll get the memo later.
through HSA Bank, and I can put it into Ameritrade on its own
number
account.
3 is the
and I've been
frickin'
trading
one.
it. I bet I've got 20
place like you can have
between cash and stocks, probably
a 20-page
like 25,000
stuff
built up in HSA.
and be happy.
I mean, I don't even
but
know when I'll
honestly,
use
I don't know if I can
Right.
walk out.
I
of there
mean, I
without
use it
getting
for
something
whatever
with
I
cream
can.
chili.
But.
Well, if you don't use it, you turn 65, go on a nice vacation or 2.
Oh, you get it back?
At age 65, you can pull it.
Oh, yeah,
like
it's bigger than your
I
head.
didn't know that.
You can use it for anything at that point.
Oh, you are taxed on it.
You're taxed on the gain.
Just regular
Like,
tax. Yeah,
whatever
tax
it is at that point. Yeah.
We use our
Interesting.
HSA fully every year.
I'm a pretty big eater. Mark's like always
wife's
impressed at how much
type one
steak I
diabetic.
can eat. You're saying you can eat a lot.
Well, sometimes,
We should have a contest.
like last time when I got these glasses,
Oh,
I went in and ordered them.
Yeah,
totally.
mine's
I
before
never
the
cared.
stomach
I do now, but I
registers
never
its
carried
full.
my
Like, I
HSA.
get it all in
and a
there.
lot of times,
And then
I
the
probably
stomach
missed out on
registers its
using
full
it
and
on
I'm
shit
sick.
I didn't know I could use it on.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you go into some places, and it's as legit as legit gets, and it just does not accept the HSA card. Almost like they're set up in the system wrong.
We're taught
the
to
merchant.
so fast as little kids. I literally have to think about slowing
I've been
down.
into a Sam's Club.
It's not like I'm
I've
like
been into
this.
a Sam's
saying,
Club buying,
I've had
I
people
think,
say, wow,
Sudafed
even with Mark, you guys are
at the
fast
pharmacy.
eaters. And it's like, all right.
And
fast,
it
if somebody
didn't
says you're fast eaters. But you could take 2 hours to eat a meal, huh?
Prescriptions work?
I don't have really any.
That's impressive.
I mean, like my blood pressure meds is like, I think I use Good RX. I don't even go to Kaiser for it. I honest to God think it's like $2. I don't even think of using my HSA.
You still pay with it with a Good RX. Your HSA account. This is cash. This isn't a card. So you can still, you Good RX, they ask for the price, you can still pay with your HSA.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I know that. But when it's $2, I just I don't even think about it.
Who thinks about it, right?
Then I'm usually breaking up. I'm paying the $2 on one card, and then anything else I'm buying at Walmart with another, and it comes down to the $2 effect, you know? Although I am pretty cheap, so.
Yeah, we blew through our HSA by July.
I heard a commercial. You said
Neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Harris Family Law for divorce, separation, child custody, and everything to do with families, 303-515-5000. But they also do something very important. They save you thousands of dollars through mediation. So if you're looking for a mediator, Rich Harris, very skilled, call. He can even write up the decree and do the whole thing. That's Harris Family Law, 303-515-5000. Spending a lot of money on divorce doesn't help anyone. Hey, we're talking about open enrollment. What exactly is it? And that's what I want to know, because a lot of people, including one of the texts I got, what the heck is open enrollment? Like, why do you need open enrollment to begin with? What is it? And then we want to talk about, someone texted asking about the landlord license and what the heck it is. But first, open enrollment. Why is there an open enrollment? Why not just have people sign up and have insurance? Why do they have to reaffirm it? Integra Insurance.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
The premise, the original idea, obviously, behind open enrollment is to funnel most enrollments into, because it's still private health insurance companies that are offering these health insurance plans. Many of them are for-profit health insurance carriers. And so you're funneling the vast majority of enrollments into a window to provide coverage and premiums to the health insurance company for an entire 12-month period of time, or as much as possible, versus just allowing people to enroll whenever they want to, wait till they get sick, wait till they're diagnosed with cancer, wait till something like that, and then that creates adverse selection to the health insurance carrier, obviously, and you got to be able to pay those claims somehow, right? So the more people that are going into these enrollments at the same time for a longer period of time, the more premiums are going into the health insurance carriers to help pay the cost of the claims. That's kind of the idea behind it.
So in other words, that the health insurance companies can count on an influx of cash.
Sure. I mean, yeah, because they're responsible for paying premiums. And now through the Affordable Care Act, it's premiums, your guaranteed issue. There are no pre-existing conditions. No matter where you are, if you buy a plan during open enrollment, or you buy a plan during a special enrollment period or a qualified life event, there's not a single health question that's asked. Your guaranteed issue for that health insurance coverage, and that's the health insurance carrier then assumes that risk and that cost.
Okay, now, one of the benefits I said with Obamacare was expanding Medicaid. I say benefits depending on where you are, but if you did not have income, what's the income limit?
There's no limits currently. And what I mean, well, let me say it this way. It's dependent on the individual or the family now. It used to be 400% of the federal poverty level. So if you're a household of one, that was about $50,000. If you're a household of two, that was about $67,000. Household of three, about $85,000. And so it's 400. It was a fixed dollar amount, and that was one of the issues or unaffordable aspects of the Affordable Care Act, because it didn't take into account age, and premiums are much higher for those who are older, and didn't take into account location. In some areas, like in our mountain areas, premiums are a lot higher.
So what is it? How does somebody qualify for Medicaid, which, by the way,
you're
is
talking
a
about
really...
Medicaid. I apologize. I was talking about the health insurance tax credit. Medicaid is a fixed dollar amount. And Medicaid, it's 138% of the federal poverty level. If you're below that, you
Well,
qualify
tell me
for
what
Medicaid.
that is.
For an individual, that's right around $18,000 a year, a little more than $1,500 a month. For a household of two, it's right around $24,000. I mean, these are not exact numbers. I don't have in front of me right now, but
I
that's
mean, you're dead ass broke, honestly, if you're on it. I mean, right? I mean, no one can live in Colorado on $18,000 a year.
Someone could have a $2 million house that's paid for and cars that are paid for.
That's crazy.
And be on it.
Well, that's the medical. Medical does not really look into assets. Medical looks at income. But yeah, and I mean, something along with that, though, the public health emergency that 2 years ago the federal government instituted, this public health emergency that's been in place for the last 2 years. There are a lot of people who are on Medicaid currently whose income is way above that Medicaid eligibility threshold because of the public health emergency.
You mean that's still, hold on, the public health emergency still exists?
Yes, sir. And the goalposts have continued to be moved on this. It's re-examined every
So what's
90
the income with the Emergency Act?
There is no income. If you are on Medicaid at the time or during the public health emergency, you remain on Medicaid until the public health emergency is lifted.
So if you were on Medicaid when COVID struck and they passed the public health emergency, then you stay on it even if you're making $1 million a year.
I certainly have clients making six figures now that technically, I mean, in any other circumstance would no longer be eligible for Medicaid, but who are still on Medicaid because of the public health emergency.
How long are they going to be kicking that can down the road?
So they continue to. It really, finally, genuinely looks like it might be January of this next year, January of 2023, that will come off. I mean, if you're listening and you're on Medicaid, it's always make sure you're keeping up to date in your application, your income, things like that, because at that point in January, it's very likely that they're going to end that public health emergency. But again, it continues to move. There's been times where I thought it was going to end before. There was talk of it ending before, and it hasn't. But right now, it's looking like January, and that is another.
But there is no public health emergency There is no public health emergency anymore.
Well, that's still it's still in place. For the federal government, still has it in place, regardless.
I thought Biden said it was over.
Yeah, right. Well, so maybe that's why in January we're finally going to see that lifted. But that's going to be another 50,000+ people, I believe, here in Colorado that are going to be losing Medicaid most likely and needing to shop for health insurance plans at that time.
Now, wait a minute.
You're over 100,000 people that have no options right now or may not.
Well,
because of
they're going to have to make some changes. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Now, hold on. So when you said January, do you mean January of 23 the emergency might go away, or January of 24?
23. So it's a 90-day. Every 90 days it's reevaluated.
Would that be a life-changing circumstance?
Oh, absolutely, very much so. But they have to give a 60-day notice before. So that's the thing. It was last re-examined or looked at.
I guarantee you they will not make an announcement they're doing away with public health emergency before the midterms.
Well, that may have part of why we're looking at January.
Yeah, but like you said,
may play a role.
It's every 90 days, so.
Well, so they would have had to have let us know, let's see, August, that it was not going to be, and then it would have ended in October. August, that didn't happen. So October, they're extending it into January. So we would find out then by November 15th, approximately, that they're going to be ending the public health emergency. And then and you're right, that's right after midterms. And then that's going to be instituted in January, people's Medicaid, if your income's above the level limit.
I can hear them breathing down my neck for this break.
Okay.
Coming back, I want to talk. By the way, if you have a phone call, you always get priority. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I want to talk about exactly what is a life-changing event that would allow you to apply for health insurance outside of open enrollment. All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
For the most part, a calm drive throughout the Denver Metro as we get closer and closer to that noon hour. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds from one end of the Denver Metro to the other. Heading east towards the airport, Pena Boulevard northbound at 56. Looks like we've got a crash with stop-and-go traffic back from Green Valley Ranch Boulevard. Otherwise, an easy drive about town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from DIA to the foothills and back again. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's a sunny day out there, warmer than it was yesterday with a high of 68 degrees. Overnight low of 40, and tomorrow even warmer with a high of 74. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
What's it like being a kid that grows up in the dark underbelly of the Mexican cartel? Find out this week on Red Pilled America when I share my very personal story. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app, Stitcher, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Let's not get carried away when it comes to real estate. Houses are still selling. You want to get the most in the shortest amount of time? Let Frank Duran, the real estate man, show you with facts and figures what he has done in your neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. Real facts and figures, no gimmicks. Get an analysis from Frank free of charge with absolutely no obligation. And if you're looking to buy, you can go over that too. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. My friend, your friend, and 303-920-1622. And speaking of real estate, if you need to finance a home, I can think of no better loan than theliquidloan.com. What the heck is it? Theliquidloan.com is exactly what it sounds like. It's a 30-year line of credit. It pays for the house, and then if you have extra equity, you can borrow money when you need it. Or if you don't need it, you can pay it back down. You can pay it up and down, borrow it up, pay it down anytime you want, and you can pay interest only if you want. So if you're only going to be there a few years, that might be the smart thing to do. Whereas if you're going to stay there, you might want to make chunks on your principal. But, oh, you need it back for college, for your kid, draw it back. It's a great option, totally liquid. Even your savings in the same bank make the same amount of money as the mortgage is being charged, so therefore it offsets it. Wow, if you had a lot of savings, you'd have hardly any mortgage, but you still have the money available. Theliquidloan.com. Affordable interest mortgage, theliquidloan.com, 720-895-0500.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement...
But yeah, I will. I was like,
What if that
there's
good?
plenty of options.
And I'll be back. I don't even know. This might only be a half hour. I'll be right back in.
Okay. So Medicare Advantage versus supplements, right? Supplemental insurance?
Pretty much Medicare
It's the annual enrollment period for Medicare Advantage that started on the 15th.
Yeah, but don't...
And prescription drug plans. Medicare Advantage and prescription drug plans.
There's changes. And there's, yeah.
Am I able to talk to Tom?
Thomas!
But I will.
Hey, Tommy? He's not even there. John Sr.
I'm sorry, were you calling me?
And that's what
I'm ordering pizza. What do you want on it?
Yeah, they don't. You can't get pizza out here unless you want gluten-free and no real cheese and nothing tasteful. What?
John Sr. is going to be in studio in a minute.
You know, I think actually, the Attorney General is suing your governor out there, Tom. I'm not kidding, over that pig thing.
Oh, probably.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, if you want...
Because it's fucking with commerce outside of the state.
You're not going to get any food. You're not going to get any food that tastes good here. Nothing.
Well, all I eat is leaves, so...
I mean, and...
I love how Gavin Newsom tried to say that Florida was an oppressive state, taking people's freedoms away. And DeSantis had none of it.
Did you see who's leaving? Who do you think's leaving the Democratic Party right
Tulsi
now?
Gabbard.
No, I saw that, but quicker than anybody as a total.
Younger generation.
Suburban women.
Oh, really?
Get out of town. Really? That's surprising.
I don't know if it goes back to the school stuff, like, you know.
Well, there were a lot of suburban women who went just because they hated Trump. It's not that they weren't.
Yeah,
that's not that they necessarily were Democratic.
No, it was the Trump factor.
But they, yeah.
I think that's
Can you
But
hear
those
me,
are
Mark?
women who have kids.
Yeah,
Those kids are now
Because those moms want those
having drag
kids in
queens
school.
reading them stories
Yeah.
in the morning at their schools and crap like that. Like, you don't mess
That-
with mama
it has to
bears.
be that. Yeah, it has to be that.
That's a big issue if you got kids, man.
Oh.
I mean, like, what do you do now? You got to be home all the time. You quit your job.
My wife homeschools, yeah.
And then, really, how's
Okay.
it working with these kids at home school? I don't know. I'd like. In
It's
10
really
years
good
we'll
now.
know.
There's a ton of. There's really good.
Aren't they all like 2 years behind though now in
Not
math
homeschool.
and
Oh,
shit?
that's public school kids.
By the
Yeah,
way,
yeah, of course.
By the way, guys, masks are
public
alive.
school.
Masks are still
All the
alive and
homeschool
well.
kids are going to.
They're still wearing masks out there, Tommy.
A shitload.
Yeah,
they
that's
don't.
amazing.
They don't require them.
Occasionally, you still see the whacked
a
out
movie.
person walking down the road by themselves with a mask, but you know there's something mental with them.
It's like having a banky with you. It's my
Listen.
whoopee.
It's gosh.
It's like they're in their own world. They don't even know the mask is on anymore.
Because the CDC even came out and said they're not really effective.
Listen, they
Especially the
even wear
paper.
they even wear them out here
I
on
love
the
that
frickin'
movie.
Zoom calls.
Like, you know the CDC.
What
said
do they feed Tina?
You still have to hospitals. Still have to learn in hospitals.
Oh, quesadilla.
A quesadilla, baby.
I'll do this.
Station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. I'm in search of tasty food. Please let me know where I can find it in California. If you know of a place that has actual food with all the good preservatives and everything that is outlawed here, please let me know.
What
Just
part of
good old-fashioned
California are you
stuff.
in?
Beverly Hills.
Wow. That just
Burbank.
sounds
Okay,
nice.
undisclosed. I'm in the Studio City, Burbank, Beverly Hills area.
Wow.
And sometimes at Malibu.
That's
But
nothing like Oakland.
listen, I'm telling you, I swear to God, you could not go a day in California and not be reminded that you are woke. I mean, and listen, that is not political, that's social. I swear to you.
I love when you say it's not political.
It's woke.
I know.
But it's not. It's not. I mean, I'll guarantee you it's not.
Just the
I'll
word
guarantee
is
you
political.
it's not because everybody's doing it. Sustainable, natural, neutral, renewable, LGBTQIA plus friendly. By the way, I don't mind everyone
In
being friendly to everyone,
Disneyland.
but you're reminded of it. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the state of it because our state, Colorado, is much the same. But here you are reminded, no plastic bags allowed. Even if you want to bring your own, you can't bring a plastic bag. You have to bring a sustainable bag, whatever the hell that means. I guess I thought it meant something that you can put stuff in,
It's a reusable bag.
but not plastic. If you are caught with plastic, it is the devil. You are Satan. Now, I'm telling you.
Hey, on
I was-
Barney and Company this morning.
I was simply looking. I said, look, I'm tired of the restaurants right now because you got to make a reservation 6 months in advance on most of them. And I'm just tired of them. And I'm tired of all the virtual signaling inside. I wanted to go to a supermarket and buy some food. Trust me when I tell you, there is no food to be had. There's stuff that looks like food, but it's not food. They call it food, but they take everything out of it. Oh, my God. Look, anyway, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255. Stay tuned for more.
Picture yourself kayaking past pristine.
We just went to break. Said we just went to break. How you been doing, man? You look good. I saw the email. We'll go there. You don't. We already know. We got it. Then you do it. You can sit right over here. Yeah, of course you can. Use that good chair too. Don't use that chair. He's on a Zoom call. A Zoomer. Grab that nice chair over by the wall.
I can answer Medicare questions all day. Not him. Especially the only one half you, Jared, and John. I'm too old for him.
Oh.
How you been?
I have been doing good. Hey, Mark. Mark. Mark.
I'm ready for another vacation.
Yo, Mark. Hello.
Hello.
Mark?
Yes.
Here. Do you see the camera? Here. See what that is?
Hold on, let me look.
Are there ways to set up two?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Nope. Talib's not on your camera right now.
Oh, okay.
But hold on. The delay, I have no idea how long it is.
No, I'm not on. He's there. See that? Rhubarb. Rhubarb pie.
Rhubarb.
Yeah.
Isn't that like, what is that? That's a fruit.
It's sustainable.
It's a root. That looks disgusting then. Tom's complaining about it.
Sounds like he's complaining a lot out in California.
I think I'd rather have strawberry root beer pie.
Have you asked him if he ran into a lot of the needles or the dumps or anything else?
He's not in that area. He's in Beverly Hills. I have a feeling where he's sitting, there's no homeless for miles and miles. I can literally say that.
Yeah, because you know where the walk is, where the stars and everything?
Yeah.
I mean, that's disgusting now, what they were saying yesterday. All the needles they were picking up, and people just jumping on the stars. The whole thing is...
You know, I didn't realize people pay for those. They pay for their own star, and then they pay basically upkeep on their own star. It's kind of weird thinking that after all these years, that these people pay for their own star. I have no idea. I'm going to look how much they cost. I bet they're pretty costly. Hell no. You think I'd pay for...
John?
It's like buying your own trophy.
I forgot to ask you. I did. Troubleshooter show, please hold a minute.
I'm ready, as always. I've been on the show many times.
The next year, I think we'll get more.
$55,000.
It's only Medicare Advantage.
Troubleshooter show, what is your first name?
$55,000.
To get a star?
To have a star in the Walk of
Suzanne
Fame.
Sam. Did you get my email?
It says that's part of it. That includes general maintenance.
Help at
General
troubleshooter.com.
I don't know how they
This is for
define
the
it.
home warranty, correct? You're not.
Muhammad Ali,
No
this
problem.
is interesting.
Yeah, no, just send it
He
to
was nominated
help
to
at
have his own star.
troubleshooter.com.
He refused it because he didn't want people walking on his name. He didn't want to be stepped on. That's pretty cool, actually.
You know what? Yeah, we have a YouTube channel and a Facebook channel. Which sounds... Do you want to see the video, or you just want to listen live from your phone?
What do you mean?
Oh, okay. You can
I don't
listen and
talk
watch
about
it via video on our YouTube channel or Facebook
No.
channel, or you can
No,
go to
none of that.
kcal.com. And
You
then
couldn't get me to
drop
get
it.
a booster now. I'm almost afraid if you get a booster, you get it.
But Michael Brown was talking about yesterday, real cancer was coming out. And they thinking it's caused by stupid shots.
Well, that would be crazy.
Yeah, I didn't.
Huh? You didn't get yours?
No.
I had COVID. I had the real COVID in early 2020. It knocked my dick in the dirt. And it was a bad one. It wasn't like you see on TV now.
I had it.
Suzanne still can't smell everything. It wiped her out so good. She's probably 80%, but you know, we're 2-3 years down the road, and she's never going to ever smell 100% back. There's no way.
Yeah, and it last month.
You guys did? So you guys had baby COVID.
Yeah, it's a bad
I think I had COVID.
You think you had it before?
Yeah, you know, when the weekend that Trump picked up right after that weekend.
Where he got it?
No, where he said, we're not allowing anybody else from China coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was the last weekend about that they had the Monet exhibit downtown. So I
been to that, and I've never seen so many Asians and had big tour groups.
And you think he got it there? I know
3
her.
days later, I came down with a horrible cold. By the end of February, they were telling the symptoms, and that's what I had.
I got it in
And it
November.
lasted like 3 weeks.
I got it November 2020, and I took the kids. We hopped on an airplane to go see my parents in Florida. So we were at DIA, then we were in Orlando, and then, of course, on the airplane. And I'm talking to Suzanne on the phone, and she goes, "You sound like you got the sniffles or something." But I was
Hey,
still
Tom?
in Florida by the time I got back.
Yeah.
As soon as I have John Fuller's topic, it'll be in your text.
Hell no,
Hopefully
mine
it's
only
by
lasted
12:15.
like 3 days. Not even that.
Okay.
I'll be honest. The first day, I never broke a temperature, but I got tested, everything. Suzanne had it for pretty bad for about a week. The kids, you couldn't even tell they had it. I mean, they were sick for a day or two.
That's where Johnny picked his up.
Endorsements.
I did the show
Okay.
while I had it.
It's
Remember,
in your
everybody,
text right
the
now,
studio
Tommy.
was
I'm
closed, so
sending
we were
it.
remote. So I was doing the show from the house. Truth be told, I was probably drinking a little Jack Daniels during the show.
I was thinking about
There you are.
Hi, buddy.
It's
Woo! Right, and we don't touch anything.
the whole thing.
You.
And then they spread it to Brian, younger son.
I was watching Barney and Company this morning, and they were talking about Disneyland. So a family of 4 just getting into the park now. Just getting into the park.
K-How.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Remember, if you need a true analysis of what your house will sell for in this market, in your neighborhood specifically, it's not one and done. He does an exclusive, customized report for each and every house, free of charge, just for the asking. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. So during the break, I had a snack of some seeds and sprouts, a little rhubarb pie, and I want a big, giant, juicy steak with flavor. Can't find one.
Now, I have people calling BS on you on
They're
YouTube.
full of crap. I'm
saying
out
there's
here. I'm
great
out here walking
restaurants.
around. What did they say?
Great restaurants.
Yeah, okay.
They don't name any, but
Well, there might be some, actually. I haven't seen them all. I mean, obviously. Not great supermarkets. There's not a great supermarket in the world because they outlaw everything. I mean, and then if you go to the supermarket, though, bring your own bag, and it better not be plastic unless you want to go to the fires of hell. Anyway, give us a call if you have a problem, question, or complaint, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We're talking with Integra Insurance as well, and this is an important topic. We've gone over some stuff, like, for example, with open enrollment for the most part, you can keep what you have, I believe. Is there any need at all to re-sign up? That's what I need to know. I know with Advantage, you might have to, Medicare Advantage, and as opposed to having Medicare A and B plus a supplement. We'll talk about that. What do you actually have to sign up for? Open enrollment comes every year, and every year we get the same questions. If you just sit tight, will everything just automatically be renewed? Anybody want to answer that?
Yes, Tom. So in Medicare Advantage, which starts October 15th, we're currently...
This is Jared with Integra Insurance. Go ahead.
Yes. And so currently, through most Medicare Advantage plans, most of them, they will automatically renew. If you like what you have, they will renew. Now, right now, there's new plans coming out, and it's the time to actually look and see if this plan is correct for you. There are many different kinds of Medicare Advantage plans that actually offer better ancillary products than yours or others, and
this is a time to actually just look over and see if it is correct for you.
Now, do you do that for them?
I do, and we know the ins and outs, right? They're getting bombarded right now. If anybody's on a Medicare Advantage plan right now, they're getting bombarded by every carrier through the mail, through phone, and they just don't know if they have the correct plan. And that's where we come in to help solidify their plans.
And the same thing when it comes to supplements?
Well, when it comes to supplements, we can. Now, supplements are different. As Johnny talked about earlier, they're guaranteed renewable as long as you make their premium payment. Technically,
but is there a reason to change supplements? The same reason there might be to change Advantage.
Yes, but you can change a supplement year round if you choose to.
Oh, in the middle of the year.
You can, yes. And
I didn't know that. So you don't have to have a life qualifying event.
You do not. Now, with supplements, you do have medical underwriting. You cannot just switch because you want to. Now, there are special enrollment periods for supplements. But you do have to go through medical writing for most people who want to switch a supplement plan.
What's the deal if you take Advantage, then you have to get a medical checkout if you want to switch back to supplements? Does that make sense? I'm probably saying this wrong.
Yeah, so you are correct. So there's a time period, right? So when you get into a supplement, let's say your initial enrollment period, when you're turning 65, there are no questions asked. You can get into anything you want. No medical, nothing. After that initial enrollment period and give it some time, if you wanted to switch from one supplement to another, there are medical questions that they will be asking you. Now, do you go see a doctor? No. You go through a series of questions, and they do check your medical history.
That's crazy because we were just talking last hour how no pre-existing, nothing matters. And I know we're talking now about Medicare, but when it comes to open enrollment, coming up for most people and their families, there is no medical, period, end of story. So why for Medicare do they do that?
Only for supplement. Now, Medicare
Only
Advantage.
for supplement.
Right, Medicare Advantage, that the annual enrollment period from October 15th to December 7th, there is no medical writing. It is guaranteed issue.
How about if I take Advantage and I decide I don't like it for whatever reason and want to switch back?
If you do not have a special enrollment period, you do have to go through medical underwriting.
Wow.
But during a special enrollment period, you don't have to.
Correct. And special enrollment period is, say you were here in Colorado and you moved to Florida and they did not have your current plan there. That's a special enrollment period. So when you go from Medicare Advantage to another Medicare Advantage, if you move, there are certain special enrollment periods that you can do that. So
what about open enrollment? Can you change supplements with open enrollment without medical underwriting?
No. So there technically really is no open enrollment for supplements.
Okay. So if I was a bad bet for my company, they can't drop me, though.
Correct. No, it has nothing to do with they have to keep covering you as long as you make that premium payment.
What is in layman's
But
terms,
if I want to switch,
Advantage?
hold on. But if I want to switch, and they can look at my past history now. Whereas okay. So my premiums could go up substantially.
Correct. There is different kinds of ratings if you want, but most of the part they will just decline you and just not accept you.
All right, Mark, what were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, just what is Advantage? I mean, what is the difference between having that and different supplements? Does Advantage cover everything? And if that's the case, why wouldn't everybody just do Advantage?
That's a great cuss. And I don't know if John wants to come in, but so how it works is when you go to Medicare Advantage, you forfeit over your A and B to a private insurance company. And then what they do is they make their own plan. Most of these medical Advantage plans, or actually all of them, are co-pay plans.
So, like, for example, Kaiser might have their own Advantage plan?
Kaiser is Advantage. Kaiser does not have a supplement.
And they get everybody that's involved, their A and B from Uncle Sam. They get that money.
Correct.
And then they what? They pull that all together, then pay for certain things?
Well, they pay for whatever is usual and customary that Medicare, it still pays.
Well, let me ask you something.
The downside of that be?
Well, hold on one second. I want to. This will bring it into perspective, Mark. I know what you're asking. But I want to just say this for other people who aren't near dead. We are going to talk about regular health insurance as well, not just Medicare and supplements. But I joke about that, obviously. We're all very vibrant older people, right? Okay, so my entire back surgery, hospital stay, and everything, I paid, ready, drum roll, $22. Now, That's what I paid.
But tell people what you're on. So you're on Medicare.
Plus, the normal Medicare A and B. When I say normal, whatever the government provides for my premium, plus a supplement that John picked out. They picked out for me.
I believe you're on Plan G.
But Tom, my question, and I'll give it directly to you.
So I want to know. No, I just like to know what Advantage would have paid for
That's what I'm saying. If he was on Advantage, would he even ended up paying $22 for that matter?
No. Medicare Advantage is different. Now, you pay for it is completely different on medical expenses, right?
What would I have paid?
Well, it's different from everybody. I mean, there's 20 different plans on.
Give me an example. Give me a range.
So I'll give you a great example. Say you went with one of the most popular plans. A night in the hospital is $225 a night. Plus, the surgery itself is about $200 or $250. So it's still very, very good insurance. It's not as...
Yeah, but what happens if you're in the hospital for a year? You're broke?
Well, no. So there are limitations, right?
Okay.
There are limitations, and there are max out-of-pockets. So a great example is for the medical expenses right now in Medicare Advantage, they range from about $3,500 to about $5,500 in max out-of-pockets, just like what you currently have. So when you go to Medicare Advantage, it's kind of like what you have currently, right? You have copays, you have deductibles, you have max out-of-pockets. So it does put that. But as Tom was on, he's on a Plan G, and Plan G covers medically expense, not Part D, covers everything but the Part B deductible, which next year is $226.
Yeah, but and I don't know if this is correct or not, the money you spend, Tom, on Part G is probably quite a bit each month compared to what Advantage would be, which is probably nothing per month, right?
Advantage is nothing because Advantage just takes what the government would pay for A and B.
Where you pay the difference to get the better plan, if you will.
Okay, I never thought of that. You're right. Even though I only paid $22, maybe I paid more than if I had Advantage if I take all of those expenses into consideration. Isn't that right?
It really depends on your situation. Right, but yes, you do pay a little bit more for a supplement plan comparatively to a Medicare Advantage plan. However, you have a fixed amount with your Plan G, Tom. You know you're not going to pay over that $226 if it's found usual and customary under Medicare.
That's $260. But Mark's asking about and I'm going to look it up, my monthly premium, because the bottom line is that there is a monthly premium, whereas with Advantage, there's not a monthly premium that you pay extra. There's just what you normally...
But I don't know about this either, Tom. I don't know, could he have had that same surgery that he did under an Advantage plan? They might have made you do that other surgery. You know what I'm talking about.
Correct.
Well, could they manage my care, guys?
Yes, they can definitely manage your care, but you've got to remember, now it goes back to Medicare Advantage plans as private insurances, where HMOs and PPOs, you are limited on doctors that you do see.
Oh, forget that crap. Okay, so I want to just mention this. My Plan G right now is, as the last time I checked, was about $130 a month. Does that sound right, guys?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. But, Mark, that's all I mean, I have never, ever, 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 ever believed that I would get so much. I mean, you don't even believe what I have covered. I mean, it's incredible for this, and I think to myself, this is the best insurance ever, and I don't know if this system is, to use a California word, sustainable for others, or would it be unsustainable if we opened up a single payer plan for the country? Would that be impossible, guys?
I don't think it would be nearly as good as what you're describing.
Correct.
I mean, okay. Why is Medicare managed so well? And Mark, I mean that. I thought it was going to be a nightmare. They send you benefit explanations, what this is, what that, what was paid, what was not paid, why. I mean, it is the most smooth. And when you call them, they have answers. You go to the website, they have answered. For a government program, I have never seen a government program run so smoothly in my entire life.
Now, I'll say this, though, Tom. You're coming off of, I remember when you had that share plan. What do you call it? The
Christian share plan. Yeah, that's where...
All he would do is come in and complain. It never covered anything.
Listen, from the time I had private insurance to the time I had Medicare. Not once under Obamacare. Not once did I have anything paid for, ever. That's right. Never. Never, ever. I've always paid toward my deductible, and the Christian Share Plan, I send in a bill and they laughed at me. So, I mean, to me, I have never once had anything paid for. I was uninsured, basically. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
You know what I love about John Fuller, myaccidentlawyer.co? I always talk about the firm being smaller by design, where he takes each and every case personally. I also talk about his attentive staff, the cell phone number you get for John, the constant updates, but I love the information he gives us. I would like to know this, okay? What about dash cams? It seems to me, John, you told people to take notes, and if they have a phone, take some pictures, but what about dash cams?
Hey, Tom, listen, I think dash cams are the cheapest, best possible insurance that you can buy to protect you and your family from he said, she said, from the cop getting it wrong, from hit and runs, from any number of different things. You can buy a dash cam for less than $100 that comes on automatically, requires you to do absolutely nothing, and if anything happens, you've got a 4K color video of exactly what happens. I turned down a case just yesterday because it was inherently a he said, she said case, and with no witnesses, how are you ever going to prevail on liability? You can't in that circumstance, but if you simply had a dash cam, it would be irrefutable proof of who did what in the accident. I just can't believe in these more. My entire staff has them, and it's just that important. Less than $100. If you need help on picking one out and you want to know what's important, call me up. I'm happy to help people with that.
Do they recycle, John, after they get filled up, or do you take the card?
Yeah, they do, Tom. Once a card fills up, it starts writing over the last video or the first video, so you know everything that's recent is protected. And then most of these things, if you hit even a bump really bad, so it senses that it was in an accident, then it preserves that video to where that cannot be written over. So they're amazing.
John Fuller, myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500. All right. Reverse loans, we've talked about those. They're a challenge during this time because interest rates are higher. So, you know, it's going to maybe eat up equity a little more. But what if you need to get rid of your house payment or save your house from foreclosure, or you don't have a choice? Whatever it is, many people are still doing reverse loans, but there are ways to do them wisely. I want you to call this helpline established by EmpowerReverse.com. EmpowerReverse.com. 720-500-7719. 720-500-7719. What about floor coverings? Well, I'll tell you what. If you need floor coverings, there are a number of ways of doing it. You can go to a conventional store, a big box, and pay more. Or you can go to Simply Floors, Inc. and pay less. But there's way more than payment involved. There's the design consultant you get free of charge at simplyfloorsinc.com. There's also the better selection, yes, than even the big boxes. And, of course, better pricing and better installers, all at Simply Floors, Inc. That's INC. They'll come to you. Make your own appointment, simplyfloorsinc.com.
Give to our clients.
It's easier to sell it.
Yeah.
It's always easier to sell the cheaper product.
We had
plus all
a
the benefits.
neighbor that went down, was down in Florida.
Because you get silver sneakers, right?
Yeah. You get silver sneakers, dental
vision. You can do that on Medicare. A sub through Anthem, you can get a sub through Anthem to get silver sneakers. So, but yeah, it's a lot of choices for people to make that.
We're going to go up. We'll see your kid up in Breck in the next month. We'll be up there.
I want you to talk to them about that saving fees. I emailed them last
Oh, I'll do that again.
Yeah, I emailed them.
Oh my gosh.
He can save big money on that.
And every little bit helps these days. I was watching Fox Business this morning. They were talking about a pizza place in New York that they're going through. And the cost of that pizza...
I saw that. I saw that.
$10 now for the...
Yeah, so he was building the pies for $6,
Yeah.
and he sells them for 20, and now it costs him a little over 10 to build the pie, but he's afraid if he raises it over 20, he'll lose a few customers. He's like in a total trap there. That was actually a very good little conversation. You listen to Varney a lot? I listen to him every morning.
Every morning.
I quit watching.
I'm up at 6:30.
I still like Dana, and I really like Faulkner. I really do, but I like her a lot.
Is that Elizabeth in the afternoon, Faulkner?
No, she's in the morning.
Is he in?
Yeah,
The problem, she comes in at 9. The Faulkner Focus. But over the past month, I am loving Barney. Oh my God, I love Barney. I even like his accent.
Barney?
I like everything about him.
He's great. He's fantastic. He's funny.
He is funny too. He did a live thing
Johnny
yesterday
just
at
sent me.
Town Hall. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
It was good, man.
More Family Glitch.
I do like
Family
Barney.
Glitch. Remember we couldn't write people up that were making. It's gone.
Have you pulled
This sucks. That's really good news.
I am in one, so I took some pretty decent losses, and I did it on purpose about 33 days ago. So I got those in the books. I had to wait 30 days before I rebuy those stocks, or else I'm not going to have that loss that I can take against other income this year. But inside of stuff that doesn't matter, like IRAs and stuff, I even sold a lot of stuff. I'm in one stock right now, with the exception of really long-term stuff, which is Nokia. And I bought that I bought it at 4.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. I can only imagine being out here in California what Halloween looks like. Probably trick-or-treating for carbon credits. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Those are the houses that get egged, though, man. You can't hand out a carbon credit to a 3-year-old.
Mark, listen. The 3-year-old's accompanied by a flake. And I don't mean a costume. So the 3-year-old doesn't have a choice. That 3-year-old probably never tasted, I don't know, flavor.
Here's a toothbrush for you, Sonny.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Patricia's got a question about Medicare Advantage. And, Mark, you can see the camera, right? Well, I smuggled something in my baggage, and I can't be found.
Is it a pizza?
I'll be arrested. No, I'm going to show you. I'll be arrested if you...
Uh-oh. A pound of bacon.
No, you'll see it. I'll be arrested, so I have to right now hide it.
A bag of mushrooms.
And I've never given my location, so they can't come and get me. You saw it. You look, and you'll see it. But anyway, so let's talk. What's going on, Patricia?
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hi, Patricia. What's happening?
Thanks for taking my call. I'm just wondering, can you select your own doctors through this Medicare Advantage, or do they always have to be in the network?
It depends on what Medicare Advantage plan. If you decide to go with a Medicare Advantage HMO, yes, you do have to select a primary care provider in that network. If you go with a PPO does have out-of-network cost. It's not very advantageous for you to do that because it's more expensive, but you could choose a doctor outside of that network.
But do you get a list of them beforehand so you can choose?
Well, that's what we do. We make sure that your doctor's a part of the plan that we put you on.
If your doctor moves out of a plan, is that a life-changing event?
No, unfortunately.
Okay, I was in a plan an HMO several years ago, and I will never go through. If this Advantage plan has anything to do with an HMO touch, you end up paying a lot of. I paid over $3,000 when I had a hip surgery because I was stupid enough to ask if the doctor accepted Humana. Well, the doctor said, yes, I do accept it, but I asked the wrong word, the wrong wording. I should have in the network. Well, the doctor was not in the network, even though they accepted Humana.
Yeah.
So I ended up paying over $3,000.
HMO stands for Help No Mall. Anyway, it's just terrible. I don't like HMOs. I don't like PPOs. Oh, my God. I mean, that seems to be the majority. Isn't the majority, or aren't the majority of companies, I should say, aren't they geared toward PPOs and HMOs, guys? If you looked at all the coverages out there.
Well, on Medicare Advantage sides, they're either an HMO
No, I'm
or
talking about just for regular people, not us old farts, just regular insurance plans. The majority are HMO PPOs, right?
Correct. They're HMOs, EPOs, or PPOs.
What's an EPO?
EPO is an exclusive provider organization, so it's kind of like a hybrid between HMO and PPO, where you do not need referrals to see a specialist. That's pretty much what an EPO stands for.
Mm-hmm. Patricia, go ahead.
Okay, with HMOs, I think a lot of these, if you look in your Medicare book, you end up paying a lot for your deductible or your co-pays for the doctors. Specialists are 40, anywhere from 35 up on your specialists. And when we get older, we normally see specialists. And so you end up paying a lot of money out of pocket when you're going through these HMOs, or probably the same thing with these Advantage programs.
Patricia, why don't you switch back to a supplement then?
I have a PPO with a supplement, and I don't pay a penny, deductibles or co-pays or anything. I pay nothing.
I didn't know there was a PPO with a supplement.
There's no PPO with a supplement, but what she's talking about, she has freedom of choice with Medicare. Original Medicare gives you that freedom of choice to go anywhere you want that accepts Original Medicare in the United States.
You know, she brought up something interesting, but it really does come down to each person. I mean, that might be right for her, but there's probably a lot of people that would do a lot better with Advantage.
Correct. And that's where we come in. We want to have everybody we want everybody to understand both options rather than just one. And everybody is different. Everybody will across the board. When I go into a Medicare meeting, I don't know what's going to happen or who's going to come out with what, because everybody is different. I just want to make sure that they are making the right decision for themselves. And that's why we let them, because we're independent. We want to have every option available for them, and which we do. So we're going to have every option available. We're going to answer their questions. We're not going to push them to go one way or another.
How long do you spend with the average person that's calling?
Oh, well, in Medicare, a couple hours. It takes time.
Oh, and that's free, too, so that's real time.
Yeah, a couple hours.
Well, the main thing is that I think here again depends on how honest they are and how much information they give you, because a lot of times they don't give you the part that how much it's going to be out of pocket if. So that's why I pretty much stick with regular Medicare, PPO, and because I know exactly what I'm getting.
303-713-TALK. Thank you, Patricia. 303-713-8255. I have some text questions coming in, but you can talk about other things other than health insurance, by the way, if you'd like. Whatever's on your mind, if you've been lied to, cheated, ripped off, give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Hey, do you guys got people manning the phones right now? All right, 303-466-5500. I had to give their number out, Tom. We've had a couple texts.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. And by the way, I've had this argument before. Remember the guy that called and said, I believe in going direct to the insurance carrier so I don't pay extra costs. And I told the moron, I said, look, they're not going to give you a discount for going direct. You're not going to get a discount. Take advantage of the free help from Integra. You're not going to pay any more. You remember that discussion? I was so pissed.
We've had that on auto, home insurance, health insurance, everything.
And it's not true. 303-713-8255. More coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag.
Once again, another easy drive throughout the Denver area as we hit the noon hour. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds from one end of town to the other. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Speaking of DIA, Pena Boulevard north and southbound, we are seeing minimal delays for folks trying to leave or head towards the airport this afternoon. South of there, I-225 north and southbound, no complaints for our friends in Aurora. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, overall high of 68 degrees today, sunny skies, and overnight low of 40. The current temperature in Denver is 64 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Wendy's Biggie Bag is still just $5. Get a double stack junior bacon cheeseburger or crispy chicken BLT plus 4-piece nugs, small fries, and a small drink. Grab your bag at Wendy's today. Includes choice of double stack JBC or crispy chicken BLT with 4-piece nugs, small drink, and fries. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You know, if you want countertops, I can think of no better deals than theartofgranite.com. Really should be called The Art of Countertops because he does all different countertops. Whatever you want, whether it be granite, as the name implies, or anything natural stone or man-made, and he sells all materials at wholesale. He tears out and hauls away the old stuff free, and he does the bathroom vanity free when you have the kitchen done. Find out more, theartofgranite.com, and get your price on the phone, 303-386-5919. Okay, I've said it, and I'll say it again. The incredible loan, theliquidloan.com, is something you totally take charge of and manage. If you have a 30-year line of credit on your house, now it paid your house or it refied your house, right? Now you got that principal. You can pay it down if you're going to stay there for a long time. Pay it down anytime you want by any amount. And as soon as you pay it down, your interest, because it's simple interest, instantly goes down. Now let's say you're going to move in a few years. Then you pay interest only. Keep those payments low. You can also borrow more as your equity is higher, or pay it down whenever you feel like it. It's always there in an emergency. It's called theliquidloan.com because that's exactly what it is. Theliquidloan.com from Affordable Interest Mortgage. 720-895-0500. 720-895-0500.
I cannot believe I can't think of this now. So in Florida, it's one of the few places, in fact, the only I think they have it. It's called a ladybird deed.
Oh, well, you know who that is, Johnson.
Yeah, of course. Okay. But that, for whatever reason, I was attaching it to them.
But Johnson bought out Medicare. The past owner, Johnson, was the first beneficiary of the Trump.
Got it.
Well, they've had 60 years to get this thing, but it's going bankrupt. 4 years, unless they make their changes.
They'll make some changes.
It's going bankrupt.
I'll be paying into it, and then I'll turn 65, and they'll be like, oh.
Yeah, nothing there for you.
Yeah, see you later. Have fun with it.
I'll still be in
my
Kaiser.
theory.
Get out of Belize. No, get out of Kaiser.
My theory is they're doing this Medicare Advantage to get the public used to it, because this is what they kind of want Medicare for all to be.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because they're loving it right now, and that's why.
Well, except for the people that vote on that, they don't have to have it.
Yeah. But people realize that taxes will go up 30%, and they don't realize that.
Well, our neighbor was in Florida, and she was on a Medicare Advantage plan. She had an emergency, but it wasn't life or death. She had to pay the full. It was over. Her bill was over $10,000, and she had to pay all of it.
$13,000.
Because
So she came
out of
back and got her
network,
Medicare supplement
there
real
weren't
quick.
any. A lot of these networks don't go from state to state.
And, you know, I can't switch him. Dave's a good friend. Okay? He's had major health problems. And they put him in some skilled nursing care center that Misa, his wife, was appalled. Why, Dave? Yeah, she wanted to get him out of there so quick.
He was bedridden and they wouldn't change his diapers when he was bedridden.
In old age grade, Mark.
Man.
You have long-term care?
No, long-term care nowadays, it's not like it used to be. We've got some friends that, Tommy's probably, shit, man, I can't believe it. He's probably 85, and Lori, his wife, he married, it's his second wife, married her quite a bit younger, but she's probably in her 60s. And he worked for Sun Oil forever, and part of his package with health was his long-term. And they never really thought about it, and they've been paying into it forever and a day, so they called me up and sent it to me. And I sent it over to, her name's Barb Shue, who deals with a lot of these plans, because she'll get people to come in and make breakfast for them and do the laundry and the non-medical stuff. And she said this is about the Cadillac of those plans, and you can't even buy them anymore. But once they have, I think it's 3 events, this policy kicks in, and basically this thing can pay out up to about $7,000 a month forever. And they said policies, she told me policies like that are gone. And I heard you just say, Jared, that they are pretty much gone, aren't they? Do you guys sell life insurance at all?
Johnny does. We have 26 carriers.
I locked into it 30 years ago.
Quote, you know, they have 12 carriers. We have 26.
That's who we use.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. For your problems, questions, and complaints, give us a call, find out what's going on in your life. Okay, now, Frank, what's going on with you, Frank?
Yes.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Tom. I'm a Medicare Advantage PPO customer currently, and I just learned that my doctor, whom with I've had a long-standing relationship, is no longer going to be in network. So I'm been doing some homework and shopping for another Advantage plan, and I found one. It doesn't have all my doctors, but it does have him and a couple others. So I was looking, and I found one that listed an HMO-POS, which I understand stands for point of service, and I believe it offers some type of out-of-network coverage. Since some of my doctors are going to be out-of-network, you know, one's like a dentist and another doctor, they're a urologist that I don't see very often.
So what is your question, sir?
Sure. Well, what is a point of service, HMO-POS? What exactly is
you
that?
and I have a different definition of POS when it comes to this, but anyway, I digress.
I know what you're talking about.
So let's ask our experts at Integra. I know John Sr.'s there and Dave's there. I haven't heard from them yet.
Jared's got it.
Yeah, so your point of service, there's a couple of products that are coming out in 2003 that have that. Now, be careful. Because a couple of them actually have to deal with only dental. They have HMO-POS on there, but it really has nothing to do with their medical doctors. It only has to do with their dental. It's kind of confusing. Now, really what HMO-POS really would mean is, depending on what carrier you have, you would use your HMO benefits in the state. If you leave the state, you can use their PPO network. So that means you'd still have, so it's kind of like a hybrid, right? So you'd still have a primary care doctor that you still have to get referrals, but outside the state you can use it. So you have a little bit more options outside.
But if he moved out of Advantage, and correct me if I'm wrong, and had that Part G, then it wouldn't matter. He could still use every doctor he was used to, or no?
It depends. It depends if the doctor takes original Medicare. But yes, and he's not limited from state to state, because original Medicare, A and B, like what Tom's on, there's not limited by state lines. It's nationwide. Which are PPOs as well. PPOs have that option as well.
Okay,
so the literature online. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The literature online seems to indicate that you can still go to out-of-network doctors, but there's a higher copay, and that would be acceptable to me because I don't see these other doctors who are out-of-network very often. I just would kind of hate to pay the full freight, you know. with no coverage. And I just wasn't clear.
It depends really on the carrier. There are out-of-network Cox.
United Health is who I'm looking at, and I did hear an advertisement for a phone number. I didn't catch it because I was still online here.
Well,
but I could call them and find out, I guess.
Well, I can tell you over the phone. I don't know if I'm obliged to, but what it really is with United Healthcare.
Okay.
United Healthcare, the HMO POS has everything to do with their dentists, not their medical providers.
So you don't want it.
Just to give you
my primary care physician is listed as he listed them specifically as taking him as in network.
Correct, which he's in network, so he's a part of their HMO network.
He's saying that dash POS in your case that wouldn't mean anything either way. If he went with them, he went with them because his doctor's in there.
Correct.
That doctor's not out of network, Frank. That's what he's saying. If another one of your doctors is out of network, it wouldn't cover them because the POS with them is probably more of the real definition of POS, and it's only for dentists.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I could probably live with that. So what you're saying is that I may have to pay the full price when I go to these.
Frank, I'll be honest, man. You should call these guys at Integra, and he will sit down and talk to you either over the phone or however you want to do it for as many hours as you need to understand everything available and the best way for you to go.
Yeah, that's what I love
I'll
about
keep
him.
that in mind.
And let's hear from David, an actual customer, I think. David? What's going on, man?
Well, I heard you on the radio talking about Medicare, and I just waded through this morass here in the last couple of months, and I just wanted to give an endorsement for John Sr., and they're not pushy, and he spent hours with me explaining it to me, and as it ended up, I think the plan that he sold me provided the lowest reimbursement to him. But I just really appreciate the help that John gave me.
I want to say what he's explaining. Tom, I didn't know this, but we were talking during the break. Depending on, and this is why I really do like these guys at Integra, no kidding. Depending on what product they sell, they might get a higher commission. I mean, it's like anything else. So generally, guys, and I'm going to ask you outright, if you sell an Advantage plan, you probably make more than if someone's buying Supplement G or whatever supplement. I mean, it's either correct or not correct.
That is correct. But as we look at things, we don't care.
No,
right?
of course not. But that's what I'm saying. But some of these ads out there, Tom, you call some of these 800 numbers you're hearing everywhere on TV now, what do you think they're going to sell? They are trained to sell the Advantage plan, and I don't care what anybody has to say. And the reason they do it is they make more. These guys here, they don't look at that. They want that long-term relationship.
You're right about that, Mark. That's a good point, a really good point. Their number is 303-466-5500. We have more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
As we hit that 1 o'clock hour, it looks like clean and green driving all throughout the Denver metro and beyond. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. Heading east to the airport, I-70 east and westbound, no complaints whether you're picking up or dropping off from DIA today. On the south end of town, I-225 north and southbound, free and clear driving for our friends in Aurora and DTC. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's a warm one today, thank goodness. Sunny skies out there, high of 68 in the afternoon. Overnight low of 40 tonight, and tomorrow even warmer with a high of 74. Sunny skies again. The current temperature in Denver is 64 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop today and save big. Blindster.com.
You know, fix it 24/7 for plumbing, heating, cooling, and electric and drains. They have some incredible offers, including ways to finance furnaces if you need them up to 18 months. What you need to do is you need to battle inflation and stay ahead of the winter cold weather. Right now, it's not really cold or really hot. It's time to get your system checked out. Do you know you can get a checkout and an extreme clean all at the same time for $39? They practically tear the thing apart and refurbish the whole thing and then put it back together clean and adjusted. Find out more. New customers only. They want to introduce their incredible services. 720-526-3939. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. Hey, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, the people you want on your team. You know, I am a customer. They're a sponsor of the show, and I'm proud to have them because I believe in what they do. They truly are wonderful people that have helped me plan for my retirement, and they can help you too. That's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. And I recommend that you check them out because, you know, here's the thing. We all need help, don't we, when it comes to retirement. And I am a current client for a reason, because they have helped me. They have helped me understand retirement and the elements of retirement. So if you want to find out what they have to say, get a free consultation, rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com. So Simply Floors sells floors. simplyfloorsinc.com specifically is the website where you make your own appointments. And you will love the service. You will love the design consulting help free of charge. And the prices, because you get better prices than even the big box stores. And listen to this, better installers and a better overall experience. Simply Floors Inc. That's INC. To make your own appointment, simplyfloorsinc.com.
Where there's no brain. Each of these phones has its own brain. And they just know they're on the same cloud network.
That's good. That's great.
And they're dirt cheap. I mean, let's go to the real thing.
What's the name of the carrier?
X-Blue is the name of the phone and the service.
Okay. X-Blue.
Letter X, B-L-U-E.
I think we're paying $25 a month. I'm sorry, $250 a month for all of them.
How many lines?
Six.
Why are we paying that much for our phones?
No, Dave, for the service, not for the phone. For the
Yeah,
service.
so with X-Blue, you can either buy the phones.
Which we did.
Yep, or you can have the service X amount per month. The way I did it is I bought the phones. I got 6 months of free service for 6 phone lines. And after that, each line is $15. So 15 times 6 is what I'll end up spending monthly after the 6 months.
We can change at any time. We
That's
just did
good.
this
We
because
might
Johnny
wanna
and
look at
Jared,
that.
everybody looked at the agency block.
Yeah, just look at
And
X-Blue.
report.
I'm just, it's just pretty cool. I mean, I don't know how to put it. And then if he goes somewhere or you go somewhere, well, everything can be right through your phone too. I mean, all 6 lines, everything is integrated here. But if you're kind of like me, I kind of like having this office phone, almost like I have an old calculator I use, my old 10 key. I like having the phone, so when we're in the RV, I could do it through the app, but I literally just bring this little phone and connect it to the Wi-Fi, and it works.
Right, our phones will do that too.
Yeah.
But, I like the price and I like that it does integrate.
Yeah.
If it,
The agency block?
if it does.
Rich couldn't do it, remember? That's why we went with it.
Well, regular phone systems, generally, you have to have a pretty robust old system to integrate with anything. These newer ones, like it sounds like you guys have too, it's just a different brand or whatever. The integration is just all software on the back end. So X-Blue would say, okay, what do you need it integrated with? And they would look at it and they would say, okay, that's no problem. Where they'd say, well, it's going to cost you, 1 hour for us to do this, and that'll be $50 or whatever it is. But I mean, they'd be very straightforward with you. But I think every industry in the world has their phone, so I'm sure there's another company like yours out there that already have it done. So, but yeah, just go to xblue.com, and you can have 200 phone lines if you want. So I mean, you can grow to whatever. Phones have changed so much.
What was it, Digital Day or something? Our old one that we had for
We
20
had a
years.
combo digital,
Everything melted.
internet phone.
Car, at work, and wherever you go. All you need is our free iHeartRadio app. Just say, play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
Hello, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Waterpros.net, if you want a whole house system for your water. Under $2,000 fully installed. You'll never find better systems at lower prices ever than waterpros.net. Paul the Waterman, waterpros.net. Okay, so let's go to... did Mitch already... Somebody wanted to give kudos. Did Mitch...
Mitch is a new call.
Okay. Mitch, go ahead. What's happening?
Tom, I talked to John, and I was having trouble trying to get insurance, so I just went on Medicare.
Yeah.
Called several companies. There's no phone book, so you go on the internet, and they're from all out of state. Finally, I settled on one, and somebody in Florida could never get a hold of him. Then I heard about John. He met with me. It was a great experience, explained everything, so then I switched to him. Saved me money. I wasn't even concerned about that. I just wanted somebody to physically talk to. You see, and it worked out great.
Isn't it wonderful that, companies like that are going away? Integra Insurance, live, local, good people. They take the time. They don't count the clock or the money, saying, hey, I'm only making a few percentage points here. Let's get this over with. And it's not some big call center. Thank you for making that point. And Integra Insurance Group.
It was great.
Yeah. Thank you, Mitch. Now, Robert, you want to talk about stem cells? Go ahead, Robert.
Hi, Tom. Thanks for taking my call. So I think I know the answer, or some of it anyways, because I've been listening to you forever. But anyways, so I got some family members that, are hooked on this. They're taking these stem cell capsules that they hear about on the Spanish stations.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can't take stem cells orally.
Yeah, no, and that's what I've been trying to tell them, but I just wanted to, like I said, I kind of knew the answer, but I just wanted to confirm with you. Because I know
it's absolutely ridiculous. I've never heard, I mean, I don't even know how they could even make that stupid comment. What are they saying? That you're taking, okay, I see one from Life Extension called stem cell. So what exactly is it? I have no idea. Let's look at it.
There's a bunch on Amazon. I just kind of went to Amazon and looked. There's like, there's a ton of them. I mean, it's crazy, man.
Well, it's ridiculous.
Stem regen, healthy cell.
Here's what it says, that it promotes healthy cellular renewal. It is absolutely not a stem cell, nor is it anything close to stem cell. It's ridiculous. Okay?
Trickery.
Yeah, well, they're claiming that they cure cancer and all kinds of other stuff.
Well,
they're not saying that on the radio around here, man.
Yeah, no, but they're saying it on the Spanish station. They say your skin looks better and all kinds of stuff. So.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, first of all, you can't, I'm just going to say this outright. You can't put stem cells in a supplement. First, you can't concentrate them and preserve them without FDA approval, which they haven't given. Second, you have to have trials. They haven't had that. Third, stem cells would not survive being capsuled and bottled.
It brings up a different question, too, looking at these. Here's Stem Cell 100. This one here I'm looking at is literally called Stem Cell. Could I create a vitamin called Cure Cancer and sell it on Amazon?
Or how about erections? I mean, no. This stuff is all wrong. All of this stuff. And look, all I'm saying is this. The only thing you can get through the FDA without a lot of testing is a vaccine. Forget about this stem cell. It doesn't work. And again, they might have to go to Pfizer to sneak that through. But this one that you're talking about is crap. More coming up.
So many people have...
Mr. Marino. We had a lady call up years ago. I got the audio somewhere. I got to dig it up. She thought, for whatever reason, Tom was, what the fuck's his name? What was that lady called up and thought Tom was the guy on Fox News? What the hell's his name?
2023.
Geraldo Rivera.
That's a big difference.
She kept, it doesn't even rhyme. She kept going, okay, thanks, Geraldo. And she was so dead serious. Probably called him Geraldo 5 times, like in 5 or 6 minutes.
No, their accents are different in every
Everybody.
You know, when you were talking about the Hyundai yesterday,
I kept wondering why.
God bless no. I couldn't believe it when I looked at it. I couldn't believe it.
They weren't.
2018 brand new Elantra was $13,500 I paid. Yes. She got in an accident in 19. The other people totaled the car. We got a check for like 14 grand. Actually, more than the car was worth for whatever reason. Went out and bought a brand new 2019, and it was less than 14,000.
Maybe we want to bring up.
Looked them up yesterday. $25,000.
oh my God. Because they need to.
It's an Elantra.
But we've been waiting to see the prices.
What are you looking at now?
I mean, she likes, what do you
What is it?
Land Rover Defender is
They're beautiful looking. I don't like Land Rovers, but they are a hot looking car, and they're hard to get.
my
Why don't you just order one? Because do they not budge?
I haven't tried that. My sister-in-law has had
Loves them.
lots of SUVs over the last 40 years, and of all the things she's had, she likes that one best.
Look at I love our GV. Our GV is just the bomb.
What's hard to roll the plan?
GV80. It's Genesis's SUV. I mean, they're around. I don't know what those are, but these are around 80. But it's fully loaded with everything. And then the other one I hear a lot of people like is a Palisade, and it comes in probably around 60. But it's pretty fully loaded.
What they're doing apparently. I'm probably trying to configure it wrong or something, but when I try to configure this Land Rover, and it's for a passenger
it was
8,
because
it comes up around 60.
You're probably doing it right. Yeah. The Palisade, I think you can put 8 in it. Our GV, and I did this on purpose, only fits 4. So the back seats are super luxurious. There's a whole console, but there's literally only 4 seat belts. So I had my own reasons for that, but it only fits 4, and I like it.
That's fine. I've got so many grandkids.
You'd have to have 8, yeah. I have no grandkids. And I didn't like when my kids would bring one of them would bring their boyfriend or girlfriend. Take your own car then, because they won't fit, literally won't fit in this car.
I can answer that. Maybe I'm wrong, but if home prices are, if we go into recession.
Oh, yeah.
I hear Duran all the time.
They're coming down now.
Yeah, they're coming down. Shouldn't car prices come down too?
Everything will come down, and if you're a cash buyer, you'll benefit from it.
Which I'll do.
And if you're not a cash buyer, it doesn't matter how much they come down because your interest rate makes up for the pricing. So it just comes down to the cash buyer part. But yeah, they're definitely going to be coming down. In fact, inventory, all I know is Hyundais and Kias. Inventory is starting to show up. You can drive by the dealerships now, and they're probably 60-70% the volume, where a year ago they were at 10. I mean, that bad. So yeah, I mean, as the prices come down, people aren't going to be, especially what you guys are looking for, because it's pretty. If you got to walk in and pay 10% on a Land Rover, a $60,000, $70,000 vehicle, that's a big payment each month. If you don't have the cash, it's huge.
Look at the price of a home now. If you're buying a home,
it's absurd. It is so absurd.
With the interest rate?
We're looking at.
Are you adding to yours?
No, we don't have a mortgage. I switched over to that liquid loan. We just have.
That's what you were saying.
We have a huge line of credit, but we owe nothing. I mean, it's just there if we need it. Let me see. I was going to say, look at this, but I know that doesn't help with you.
It does.
But
I could look at it. I can't say I go see it. Just give it to me in bread, Mark.
Well, I'll tell you. I'm just telling you. We're so used to Colorado. It's mind blowing. So Suzanne and I are going to get a place on the water in most likely right outside of New Orleans, in a town called Slidell.
Not the Appalachians.
Yeah, you might as well go one more step, right? But so basically, It's probably about 30 minutes away, but it's across the big bridges where Slidell is. But my point is, so like a 2,500 square foot house with a, say, 130 feet of dock, a boat house that'll hold a big boat, a boat lift, an external garage, and the particular one we're looking for actually has a second driveway that is a boat ramp that he ran 50 amps out to for his boat stuff, where our RV could plug in right next to it. So, 450 grand. 450 grand. It's like we're so in this weird place in Colorado. There's places where you can go live, you know, nicely and cheaply. We just kind of forget they're out there. It's just remarkable.
Are you thinking of making that a permanent home?
No. I would just sell it eventually, but we'd go out there probably 3-4 months a year. But just putting in Slidell, look at this. 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 1,602 square feet. Look, these prices are just mind-blowing to me. Look at this. These aren't on the water, but I'm just giving you an idea compared to Denver. Look at this house right here. $215,000.
Because a hurricane's going to destroy it.
Yeah. No, these aren't very near the water.
Right above the lid. Right below me, maybe.
It's
all
just
that land though is below, so.
That's right.
Is so low.
I've got a good friend that just has a great.
When you're looking at that though, you base everything on the flood insurance information.
Be high.
No matter what well, that's what I'm saying. So when you're looking at them, there was some we were looking at. There was one we really loved. $30,000 a year for insurance. Oh my God. But the one we're looking at now, $2,000 a year.
They bought land in Arkansas on a lake.
So it all depends. No, it goes up.
Almost nothing.
WIN. That's WIN. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life a little easier. This hour brought to you by Silverleaf Mortgage for your reverse loan needs. If you are interested in a reverse loan at all and you need information, call them 720-REVERSE. 720-REVERSE. It's a really weird time right now when it comes to all mortgages. Reverse loans can be a way to get out of your house payment or have an emergency line of credit. 720-REVERSE. Welcome. We're also talking health insurance today. It's open enrollment coming up soon. And the way that works is once a year there's open enrollment. And that means health insurance has to be selected and paid for or signed up for. And then insurance companies can count on a certain number of people at the same time every year coming on board and can therefore offer so-called affordable programs. Part of the Affordable Care Act, a lot of people call Obamacare. In the past, we had penalties involved if you didn't have insurance. Now that's been changed. The penalty is technically there, but it's $0. But I would like to ask in general about open enrollment and affordable care. Why is it affordable care, guys? You have been in the health insurance business long before Obamacare, right?
Sure, as an Integra Insurance Group, yes, sir.
So tell me, is health insurance more affordable?
Well, that is a loaded question. I mean, that really depends. They've certainly expanded affordability for the consumer. That first started with the American Rescue Plan Act. That's where I was talking earlier about the 400% of the federal poverty level. There was a ceiling, or it was called the cliff, the subsidy cliff. That doesn't exist anymore. Now they base it off of the affordability of the second lowest cost silver level plan.
Will you tell us what that means in English, John?
Yeah,
sorry,
no,
we have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
Go ahead.
Sure. So at the Affordable Care Act, originally it was based on up to 400, you're getting a tax credit based on up to 400% of the federal poverty level. So if your income was below 400% of the federal poverty level, you qualified for a tax credit. But that didn't take into account a lot of things. It didn't take into account where you lived and your zip code. That rating area premiums could be a lot higher there. It didn't take into account your age, and as you get older, your premiums can get a lot higher. And so what they did, and that was always an issue since day one with the affordability of plans for some people, because you could be literally making $1,000 more than that subsidy cliff. So like for a household of two, for example, it was about $67,000 of income. If you're making $68,000, you didn't get a single dollar of tax credit. If you're making $66,000, maybe you're getting a few $100s of tax credit if your age was, say 55, 60 years old. So, so under the American Rescue Plan Act, they said we're going to expand affordability. It's not going to be just a fixed percentage amount anymore. It's now going to be based on the second lowest cost silver plan available, a benchmark plan. So the second lowest cost silver level plan available for you at your age in your area. If that plan is more than 8.5% of your income, now you get a tax credit. Regardless, so
okay.
It really
and the
addressed some of
tax
those
credits
issues.
are tax credits what we normally call subsidies.
Yes, well, yeah. So it depends how you take it. You can take it in advance. It's called an advance premium tax credit, and you basically it's based off of your projected income for the year, and the government advances you the money or advances the health to help pay for the cost of your health insurance premiums, and then it's reconciled when you file your taxes. There's no penalty. It's a free loan that's reconciled when you file your taxes. You can also just take it all in one lump sum at the end of the year. So you can pay full cost for your health insurance.
John, his original question, though, was it cheaper before Obamacare or more? I can't imagine in any world where health insurance was cheaper for virtually anybody now compared to then, except if you were at that poverty line.
Well, again, it depends. For some people, certainly it was much cheaper before than it is now. But for some other people, I mean, I gave this example years ago when we were first on the show talking when the Affordable Care Act was going into effect. A couple years into meeting with clients, I had a client, a grown man in my office, cry because he could afford health insurance for the first time, and then also had someone else similarly who could no longer afford health insurance. And so there's a lot of things that have been done though to make it more affordable for more people.
Tom, we've had people call in that say, okay, my premium each month because of tax credits is only whatever it is, $150 bucks or less,
$0 a month,
or zero. But I'm saying, but then they still have a big out of pocket. So if they ever do need to use it, a lot of times they don't have $3,000 to cough up.
But yeah, yes and no. There's another type of subsidy called a cost share reduction subsidy. So if your income does fall below certain percentage thresholds of the federal poverty level, 260% or below, and then there's 3 different levels of this. But if you qualify for cost share reduction subsidy, your deductible, your plan max out of pocket, your coinsurance copays, those things are getting subsidized, where you could have even deductibles as low as $0, max out of pockets less than $1,000.
So here's what I want to ask very quickly. There is a range of deductibles then under the Affordable Care Act, depending on your income. There is a range of $0 deductible to $6,600. Would that be fair?
In 2023, the max out of pocket, and some plans will have deductibles this high, the limit is $9,100 per person, or $18,200 for a family, and that's going up from $8,700 this year.
What percentage of people are getting, would you say, $0 deductibles?
That's a good question.
Just roughly. Okay, you don't know. That's fine.
I don't know.
What percentage of people are paying maximum deductions?
There's plenty of people. There's plenty of people on both ends of that spectrum.
Okay,
honestly.
good. Then, so there are people being helped and some people being slammed. Okay, then on the subsidy per month toward premium, what's the range? From how much to how much in general?
Well, you can have your plan fully subsidized, your premium fully subsidized, depending on your eligibility and where your income is.
Where you're making too much for Medicaid, but you're not making too much for private full subsidy.
Sure. So obviously the closer in income you are to Medicaid, then you're getting a lot of tax credit, a lot more tax credit to help lower the cost of your monthly premiums. And so
will we ever get back to a place where I can buy a policy, like, for example, doesn't cover pregnancy because for whatever reason that particular couple isn't going to get pregnant or can't get pregnant?
No, sir, I don't see that.
Yeah, so
Not at this
we're
point.
stuck buying what Uncle
we're-
Sam says we have to buy.
We're closer to going toward like Medicare for all type of than we are to going back to
Which honestly sounds like Advantage.
Okay, so I think here's what we're asking, and I really mean this. Again, people hate when I say this. I'm not trying to get political. I'm asking a question. Did the Affordable Care Act help more people than it penalized?
It was a transfer of wealth.
Okay, Mark. I'm not asking that. I will gladly pay more if it truly helped a bunch of people. I want to know: is it helping more people than not?
It helps more people get health insurance.
Good.
And
what's wrong with that?
Because
There's nothing
there's no
wrong with that.
pre-existing conditions that are an issue anymore. I mean, it helps more people get health insurance.
Good. Are they
Financially
taking
is another
advantage of it?
conversation.
Are people taking advantage
Oh, very
of it?
much so. There are certainly far more people enrolled in health insurance coverage now than there ever were.
Do we still have CHIP in Colorado for kids?
Sure, CHP Plus, yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
So really, overall, even though we like to bitch and moan, about Obamacare, it really has been helpful to a lot of people.
Well, ask how many people were told they could keep their doctor and couldn't go to the same doctor they've been going to forever.
But I'm talking about in general, Mark.
Okay.
I don't know. Mark, I know you're upset because
all it was to open up. You know what? It really dawned on me. This Medicare Advantage, honest to God, that is what they want to go to. I'm just saying, eventually, all of our health insurance is going to look like that. It's going to look like Canada.
But what would be wrong with
There's nothing wrong with that if someone doesn't want to participate in that, like the people in the House and Senate that made it to where they're the only people that don't have to participate in Obamacare. If everybody else that wanted to could go out and buy the policy they wanted to, there's nothing wrong with it.
Now, Mitchell, I want to take you after the break, but I'm going to ask you to please hang on. This sounds serious. A neighbor shot a gun, and a bullet went through his house. I'm hoping something's being done about that. Oh, he hung up? All right. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More coming right up.
The annual enrollment period has arrived. Not sure what all those TV ads are about? Then call Integrity Health Advisors, a local broker that has your best interest. A lot of us haven't reviewed our plans maybe in years. You should see what changes are available that best suit your needs because plans do change every year. Turning 65 and just starting your Medicare search? Call Integrity Health Advisors, a local agency that can assist you with your Medicare health benefits. Right now is the time to call 720-288-0863. 720-288-0863.
O'Brien Legal Services, otherwise known as OLSLaw.com. Brad O'Brien and his team can lend real estate support to you when it comes to knowing the law. If you're going through a closing and you want someone to review your documents, it makes sense. Just a few $100 compared to the hundreds of thousands you're spending. What about a property line dispute, an easement, eminent domain, adverse possession? If it has to do with real estate, OLSLaw.com. That's OLSLaw.com. Brad O'Brien, here's the number, 720-370-7388. Frank Duran, the real estate man. Speaking of real estate, if you need someone to help you with real estate, Frank Duran can help you buy or sell. If you want a list, call him. You won't find anyone better. And you can do a free market analysis if you're unsure. What will your house sell for? He'll let you know the truth and back it up by facts, figures, and real data, no gimmicks. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. And again, in that real estate vein, what about financing that house you find? You can do it with a 30-year line of credit. Take enough money to pay for that house now, and you'll still have money left you can draw from on that line of credit over a 30-year period. You can borrow it, pay it back, borrow it, pay it down. And you can pay simple interest or pay as much principal as you want. You have the choice. That's why we call it theliquidloan.com. In fact, if you keep money in the same bank, that money earns the same interest as your mortgage, therefore offsetting the interest. Find out more. Affordable Interest Mortgage. theliquidloan.com, 720-895-0500.
Like in Peggy's case, her husband fell off and separated his shoulder.
Got it.
To get his shoulder repaired, they only given him 30 days.
Well, those limits have always been there.
But, okay, I'm just telling you. They got
That was one of the pains with that one.
Generally, you end up in the ER.
Exactly.
And you'll max out that second. I mean, even if you're only there 2 hours. You know what got
she got a check for $1,800, but her surgery and everything, they're not paying for.
You know what? Here's what gets me. So that exact example, we go in. Addie got a MRI, and she got a CAT scan. They rear-ended her so bad, you know, they just got her there and they gave her those. She seemed fine, but that's what they wanted to do. So the original bill was like $35,000 for those two things, along with the ER visit and the doctor, whatever. $35,000. You know, ultimately what Kaiser paid them? $3 or $4 grand.
Sure.
Now,
what's billed versus what's actually reimbursed?
That is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's a crazy system.
But here's where personal injury comes in.
If it's even a system at all.
So John Fuller takes those bills for $35,000, okay, and he gets them from the other driver. We got paid from the other insurance company $35,000 for that. $35,000. Then he went and negotiated with the hospital, got it down to $3,000. So he gets his part of the $32,000, I get mine. Then we had some other damage there, but then that emergency general kicked in, and I submitted to them. I got another $15,000 by myself on top of that. By the time it was done, I got like $60,000 on that accident. But that's how stupid our healthcare system is. It's like if you don't know how to play it, you just get screwed forever.
Yeah.
Who's in talks to making it like going to McDonald's? You know, this is what this costs. This is what this costs. There was somebody talking about, some legislator.
So I'm sure people in Congress
You
are
mean
always trying
that
to.
Fixed price. Yeah,
you mean in a hospital?
Yeah.
It's passed, but there's absolutely
It's still it's so hard to find any answers.
no there's absolutely no bite in it.
Yeah.
There's no penalty if you do it. There's no penalty.
So there's no.
There's
the same thing for.
It's like if I tell you you can't murder people, but if you do murder anyone, I'm not going to ask any questions, put you in jail, or give you a ticket.
They did pass it.
Yeah, no, the whole.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
No, in fact, we had her on. I forget who she was. Suzanne lined her up. She's one of the people that helped pass that bill. And that was the main question. People would call in and go, hey, I was just at Sky Ridge. There's no menu there. There's nothing there. So who do I call? What do I do? And she's like, well, that's the part we're trying to work on this year.
Yeah.
They spent all that money and time passing something where there's zero penalty whatsoever.
So who's going to do it?
The Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. So we're talking health insurance and anything else on your mind. If you have questions, Jane has a comment on insurance. Go ahead. Jane?
Hi, Tom. I used to work in Massachusetts and in a dental office. And I can't tell you the number of people. One of the questions that you asked was, do you think it's helping a large number of people? In fact, actually, I wish that I didn't know this because I found myself getting angry and getting political, which I didn't want to do. But the number of people that took advantage of the Mass Health that were flying in just for doctor's appointments because they owned a bunch of property in Florida, owned property where I lived, et cetera, et cetera. And it wasn't just one or two. It was a number of people, or you have people coming in. I remember one man coming in.
Explain a little better because I don't understand what you're saying.
They lie about their address and stuff for care.
Yes, they would use someone else's address. so that it would show that they were living there. At the time, you had to live there for a certain amount of time, and I believe it was 6 months before you could file for mass health. And then you have little things come up like a woman, and good for her. She had been heavy and she lost a number of pounds. And her husband came in one day and mentioned that she wouldn't be in for her appointment. And the reason why is because she was getting liposuction. And so I said, liposuction? And he goes, yes. He goes, she was depressed after she lost her weight, and they felt like liposuction would make her feel better about herself. So they paid for her liposuction.
So Tom, I don't know if you're kind of following this, but they were kind of telling me off air, but Massachusetts, prior, they still probably have it, but prior to even Obamacare, they tried this thing called Mass Health, and people would be flying in from out of state taking advantage of it.
But I thought you had to be a resident to get it.
People would use other addresses in order
Easy
to do
lie.
that. And in fact, we one time got a notice because they were jumping on it. And by the way, it was Mass Health, but that was the model that the rest of the country was going to be.
That's what Obamacare was built on, right?
Well, didn't Romney take credit for that? Didn't he try to take credit for that?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Absolutely. And it's once again, I can't tell you the number of people, and I didn't want to see this. I wasn't looking for it. It was just so blatant. And
you know what, Jane? What do you think, Jane? What do you think of a national single payer program where we all pay the government to provide? No, seriously. And I don't. I mean, I know people hate the term socialized medicine, but what I'm talking about is the way Medicare. What would be wrong with a Medicare system for all? I'm just curious.
Oh, I don't think. I mean, personally, I don't think it is a great idea. I think that I believe in people having options, and
I'm not talking about Advantage. I'm talking about like a real Medicare plan. I don't know, guys. You can chime in, and I am talking about options. I'm just curious about what if we just all had maybe a central location. Then we don't have these PPOs and all these other people trying to make decisions for us. And
so government should get deeper involved.
But Mark, you would be shocked.
Get deeper involved in anything.
Well, you would be shocked at how little Medicare gets involved in the actual care. I've talked to doctors, and they leave a lot up to doctors.
How is it, guys? Do you know how the financial aspect of Medicare is? Are we strong there, or what?
No. I mean, I think, what was it, in 5 years or whatever? At 4 years, it's currently on pace to be, what's the word, insolvent or whatever?
Insolvent in 4 or 5 years until they raid someone's cookie jar.
Until they print more money, right?
But isn't the reason for that, though, is what they're taking from, aren't they borrowing from Social Security and Medicare? Aren't they borrowing from it?
They borrow from everything and everywhere, don't they?
Well, yeah, but that's not because of the system itself.
Well, there's a ton. There's also, Tom, there's millions or even billions of dollars in Medicare fraud every year as well. Like, that's got to be taken into account.
Just like the PPP money and anything that had to do with COVID and unemployment and anything government has its hands in.
All right, hold on. I thank you, Jane, for the call. Brandon.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Let's go, Brandon. Are you there, Brandon? What's happening?
Hey, Tom, this is an update to about 3 years ago, a phone call that I put in that someone fell on my daughter, broke her femur. She was 3 at the time. I called to get, somebody off the referral list. I got Sean Olson. Here we are 3 years later, won the case. She got rewarded $200,000. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, now, Brandon, that's wonderful. And somebody should pull out my dinger right now because I'm in California. They don't allow me to use it, but there might
Jared,
be.
Would you grab his dinger, please?
Yeah, I mean, it's too much fun for California. But, Brandon, I got to ask you something real quick here.
Sure.
what was the condition? Tell me the circumstance where someone broke your daughter's femur. Are we talking about a medical professional?
Nope. So she was at one of those gym daycares. You know, when you go to the gym, drop your kiddo off. It was just one of the employees, I guess a bigger lady, lost her. I don't know what happened exactly, but she was a bigger lady. She fell on top of her, and, you know, she was only a 3-year-old little girl, and it broke her femur clean in half. She got 2 titanium rods put in.
Oh.
You know, the big question was, you know, as she grows up, does one leg grow longer than the other, resulting in hip and back issues, all these future issues that could arise. So that was the big concern, and so far so good. Fortunately, you know, she's only 6.
Brandon, I don't want to diss anybody. I love that you got a settlement, but my God, I would think you'd want more than that, considering what that could do to your daughter's future.
Yeah, and we were in the same boat. You know, we initially, I think the number the lawyer recommended was like $600,000, and we were all for it. And it's just been a 3-year process, and he kind of just recommended to, you know, over time settle down to 200. And you know, I completely agree. Actually, it would be nice to get more. But
are you getting 200, or are you only getting 2/3 of that?
Yeah, so it would be obviously the lawyer fees. It would be 2/3. He's doing 30% instead of 33. But yeah, it would be. So it would be. It's you know, roughly, you know, 130 or whatever that is.
Well, put that somewhere that it's going to do you some good for her future.
Right. That's another reason I'm calling. Is now, based off your good track record here, I'd like to get some help with somebody to get a trust put together for her and get it invested or something.
Yeah, well, trust isn't necessary. Well, yeah, a trust might be a good deal, but the point is getting it invested. My God, I mean, here's what you're going to have. You're going to have people recommending what they sell. I mean, you know, what you want is something safe, conservative that keeps growing. I don't know if you want to do a lot of. I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
You know,
do you have anybody in mind who could point me in the right direction?
Okay.
My lawyer's got somebody.
Okay. When you get the money, what you want to do is have it available to her for the future. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So an annuity won't work because you can't get lump sums like that. More than you, I mean, you can get up to 10% and stuff, but I don't think that's going to work. So let's talk about other vehicles. You just need a good financial advisor to do safe, conservative investments, but be ready for the reality that with that amount of money, your returns are not going to be out of the ballpark. You're going to get just normal returns.
Yeah.
And with some losses here and there. I don't know. I mean, does anyone want to chime in on this? This is not a lot of money to be investing. And when will she need future care? Listen, man, I'm going to tell you something, Brandon. And listen, I'm an open book here, and I'm going to tell you. How old is she?
6.
You should have gotten a second opinion. I don't think it was a good settlement. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Unless Sean, this attorney, and I know Sean from other things, and I'm not saying he's a bad guy. He knows things I don't know. But I'd like to know this. Did he say, look, she wasn't really negligent, it might be hard to pin it on her, and they're making this goodwill? Now, that could be. Like, for example, just because she fell on your child does not make it negligent, right? Unless there was something stupid like water on the floor or something like that. Was he indicating that it might be difficult to prove negligence?
Not necessarily. It definitely was possible, and one of the big reasons that I've went with him and trusted him is because I did actually call about 4 or 5 other attorneys off your referral list, and all of them told me I had no case. Except Sean. Sean's the only one who said,
okay, good. Well, then that tells me something. Why did they think you didn't have a case?
Because Rain's mom actually worked at the gym as well, and so they said there's a conflict of interest.
I remember that.
I don't get it. What do you mean? Because her mom worked at the gym?
Well, she was there. She was working there too.
Her mom was like over the daughter at the time it happened. The actual mother.
Yes. the mom was a coworker there, and so she was there when it happened, and some other lady fell on her. And they said that this whole thing is just convoluted, and it's hard to prove because the mom worked there. So then it wasn't the gym's responsibility to take care of Rain because the mom was there and worked there, and it had all these layers. And they just all basically told me, I don't think we've got anything. Sean's the only one who said he thinks we do.
Okay. I mean, look, I can't second guess somebody who looked at the case and fought it for you. And really, I can't. Yeah. But now, as far as financially, you go to somebody, I'm going to tell you, do not do an annuity. Not for this.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay? Do not, I mean, I don't see an annuity being the right thing personally. Now, somebody might call me and say I'm wrong, but I don't see that as an immediate lump sum thing in the future. I see that as more of an income thing, which I don't think we're looking for. So what else are we looking at? We're looking at care and just an investment account. I don't know if you can put it in a qualified plan for her where it can grow tax-free for when she needs it. Are there any medical trust guys? I'm going to ask Integra, do you know
there definitely are, but I don't know the qualification stuff.
Yeah, and I don't know if medical trusts are
John Fuller would know that, though.
I wonder about the investment aspect of it. That's the part I'm worried about. The the investment aspect of it. I'm trying to think who we could ask.
I remember that call, though, man. It was pretty crazy because it's kind of like if Addie was with me and fell at our house and our kitchen and we were going after our insurance company. Now, of course, it's completely different because the lady was working somewhere else. But I can see why. I think we had other attorneys on the air saying that could be a problem.
Here's what I'd like. I'd like to ask some people about the APO Financial. Can you see if one of those guys are available? I trust those guys for this kind of thing. Let's talk to APO Financial if we can. Hold on, sir. We'll try to get you some answers. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
Not a bad drive at all in the Denver Metro. I-25 looks great moving along north and southbound from Thornton Parkway all the way into the Tech Center. I-70 looks all right as well. I-270 in fine shape across Commerce City. We also have no problem getting in and out of the airport right now on Pena. Just one wreck out there on the side streets at 52nd and Colorado. You can expect some slow spots in that area right now. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Sunny today, high in the mid to upper 60s. Clear tonight down to about 40. Tomorrow sunny and 75. Thursday, sunny and mid-70s once again. Right now, it's 63. With your impact traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop today and save big. Blindster.com.
You know, we were just talking about personal injury, and John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, but he concentrates more on traffic accidents and accidents with motor vehicles, motorcycles, big rigs, whatever. So if it's an accident, myaccidentlawyer.co is the guy to call. And, of course, John Fuller will know how to go after your claims. And the most important part of his service is that you talk to him about your case. You talk to him through your case. He handles your case personally. He only takes as many cases as he can handle personally. And you will notice the difference when you call. You really will. You're not just a number with Fuller Law. John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 720-597-4500, and the website, myaccidentlawyer.co. So if you want some quick cash, you may have some old jewelry you want to sell, think about it. You may want to get rid of it, and it might be junk. Okay, David Ellis will weigh it and pay it. at 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton. Or you may want to get rid of vintage jewelry or antique jewelry. Perfectly fine jewelry. He'll give you a fair price for that. 3rd and Clayton, look for the black awning. David Ellis Jewelry, a name we've trusted for 40 years. 303-322-8779. 322-8779, 3rd and Clayton.
Corner.
Charleston's number 4.
Better than.
I'd buy in Charleston.
Charleston's really
You could
pretty.
buy a 4-bedroom, 3-bath.
What's number 1?
Almost 3,000
Austin,
square
Texas.
feet right in.
Duh.
Of course.
Oh, just for the taxes? No.
California, Texas.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's where he was mayor. It'd be fine.
Los Angeles, Texas.
They did. I know you're talking. You can't even have a conversation.
Yeah,
Phoenix, Arizona.
So in Albany, when they were
And
rehabbing
then
in
Palm Bay,
Schenectady,
Florida, Charleston, Ogden,
they would
Utah, Denver,
literally
Las Vegas,
give
Nevada, Stockton,
the
California,
buildings away
Durham,
if you
North
wanted to
Carolina, and
come
Spokane,
in
Washington.
and redo them. They would literally give them to you.
Detroit was the same.
So
To try
Austin's
to get
down
people to come in and
10%.
Rehab on their own dime.
Denver
and
is
eventually the city
down
would get the tax money in for it.
8%.
What are we talking
A lot
about?
of times when
Pricing?
people sign up
Still,
for that, they go in, they
it's
take
gone
the
up.
property,
It's gone
then
up
they gut all the copper and all the
100
stuff
and
out
whatever
of it.
percent in the last.
So a lot of those areas
Honestly,
end
last
up getting even
4 or 5
worse
years.
because they never finish, they never start.
Yeah.
Double.
Yeah.
Almost 100%.
What time is it now?
140.
It's been busy today. Thank you all a whole lot.
Good.
A lot of good information this today.
If we have time to get it in, I'd like to mention that 55,000 people or 60,000 people are going to be shopping. They needing help. Bright Health is. I just mentioned that again, and that there are really good options, and that's why a broker is important because we know the networks that transfer or that, correlate.
Remember you asked that Corvette, what set you apart? Maybe you could ask Johnny to do it, but he's the integrity.
Oh gosh, I don't know.
I
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
People could come in.
Hey, guys?
It's going to be busy, Mark. That's what,
Suze?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're definitely, if all those people have to shop,
Suze?
I mean, that's a no-brainer. They have no
Hello?
choice.
Well, we have over 700 belly buttons with Bright
Guys?
Health right now, just
Hello?
to our agency.
What's belly
Hey,
buttons?
Suze?
So,
Yeah,
like, if you're a
Tommy?
family of 5,
I gotta
it's
take
one
care
policy
of
but 5 belly buttons.
some
Okay, I
issues,
got it,
so a meeting,
Johnny, when you
So
Okay.
can Mark finish right now?
Of course, I'll go in and tell him right now.
I'm disconnecting. Bye.
Bye.
California and Florida Medicare Advantage only for this year, I think. They're not staying in any individual. All individual is gone nationwide.
they can make commission.
I don't understand. 55.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, meeting.
Oh, okay. Did you understand my email?
Yeah, we can discuss in a little
Just cut and paste
They
it.
were
I don't
over a
care.
third
I
of
mean,
the
that's
market here in
ridiculous.
Colorado. That's over a third of the health insurance, like consumer market, was with Bright Health here in Colorado.
In Colorado?
Yeah.
I know the Springs really is.
Right.
I can't
The
think of
Springs
it.
in Denver.
Until
What killed them was the Summit Peak Health Alliance. I was told they were 12 million
Who's
in the
in tomorrow?
red. 12 million in the red just in Summit County because of that health alliance.
At least I think that's who's in.
So there's going to be no health alliance options for people this year.
Really silly.
So I guess our vice president, that we were just assigned to, is no longer working.
All right, guys. All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget what we do. We solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. You've been ripped off. You've been taken advantage of. We want to hear from you. Let me give you this number. Even if you call us off the air, I promise we'll get back to you. We love going after the bad guys. 303-MARTINO, or email us right now at help@troubleshooter.com. We'll get you lined up for the show tomorrow. Now, a couple more things. We were talking during the break. Think about this. There are literally 50 or 60,000 people that are on Bright Health right now that have no insurance come the beginning of the year. They have no choice but to get a different plan, correct?
Yes, sir. It's approximately 55,000. And then Oscar Health, another company here in Colorado, they only had about 3,000 people, but there's a lot of people certainly that are going to be shopping or having to shop for health insurance options, and that's the benefit of a broker, an agency like us, like Integra. We know the carriers who have networks that correlate with what Bright Health had.
So if I'm on Bright and I really like my doctor, you're going to be able to tell me so-and-so, who's still here in Colorado or still existing, actually has that same doctor, and it's almost exactly like your last plan. And if it's not, what the differences are.
Yes, sir, exactly.
Okay, but let's take it a step further, and I mean this, John. Let's take it one step further. I bet other places do that too. What really makes you guys, and I use you every year, I know the answer to this, but I want people to know, what makes you guys the best people to call for health insurance questions?
It's an excellent question. There are a lot of, we have a great broker community here in Colorado, and I know a lot of really good brokers, but we certainly take the time. We make sure that we take the time with our clients to listen to the questions they have, ask the questions that we think are important. Ultimately, and we're appointed with every major carrier in the state and certified with Connect for Health Colorado. We're a Connect for Health Colorado enrollment center. Ultimately, the goal is to inform our clients, to provide them with the information that helps them make the most informed decision possible for themselves and their families.
I think you're a little too nice, because the people with the big money out there, these national companies, they advertise once a year. When is it? Open enrollment, of course. That's when they do it. The bottom line is, you guys are here. People have an issue with their claim. An issue with the claim. How many times have I called you on the one policy we had? It was outside of the health, but the American General. You guys helped me work through their red tape, if you will, and ended up getting me a check. I mean, that was the bottom line. You guys sold me the product, but you were there after the fact. Who are you going to call up? A Fonzie on TV that's telling you to call a particular number? I mean, it's insanity. It's nice to know there's a good company right here. And I'll tell you something about your father. I love you, but I got to tell you something about your dad. When it comes to Medicare, I don't know anybody in the world. In fact, John Sr., you must literally just like go to sleep thinking of Medicare, wake up thinking of Medicare, call people and ask them about Medicare. I have no idea how someone knows so much about Medicare. How did you get this vast array of knowledge? I know you've been in the healthcare business forever, but honest to God, you know more about healthcare than anybody when it comes to Medicare. Why?
Well, Mark, I'm 72 years old, so I'm on Medicare. And when people call into the office, I want to make sure that they understand all aspects of Medicare, whether it be Medicare Advantage or they want to stay with Medicare Sup, like I have. I'm on original Medicare. So our job is to make sure that person is educated so that they can go out there and make the very best decision for them as they get older.
I love it. Hold tight.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Couple things popping up in your way out there. Eastbound I-270, an accident between I-76 and York. That is blocking the right lane, and right now it's got you stop and go from I-25. At earlier accident at 52nd in Colorado, that one looks like it's been cleared, almost back up to posted speeds on that stretch. Other than that, I-25 looks great moving along north and southbound from 104th all the way down to Arapahoe. I-70 looks all right as well. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather: sunny today, high in the mid to upper 60s. Clear tonight, down to around 40. Tomorrow sunny, 75. Thursday sunny and mid-70s once again. Right now it's 63. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Some sports figures leave their mark on the field, others coaching from the sidelines. John Wooden, however, is remembered for both. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, I was talking about big national companies. You know another one out there? You ever think of reverse mortgages? Reverse mortgages have every old star you saw on TV selling them. You want someone local. You want someone that knows how to steer you in the right direction. You want Mark Massey. He owns Empower Reverse Mortgage. He'll answer every question, the good, the bad, the ugly, you have about reverse mortgages. We trust this guy. Call him up. See if it's right for you. 720-500-7719, 720-500-7719, or empowerreverse.com. Let me tell you about a great guy. He's an attorney. His name is Joe Lazara. You find yourself in a bind. Maybe you got popped with a DUI. Maybe a domestic call happened. Maybe an altercation with your neighbor. Maybe shoplifting, car theft. You get the idea. No matter what it is, if you're in trouble, I want you to call Joseph A. Lazara. He took on one of our callers who accidentally, I say accidentally, shot a police officer, that's a whole different deal. But this guy will, if you need someone to help you in the legal system, you want Joseph A. Lazera. We've done the shopping for you. If you get in trouble, it's the worst time to find an attorney. So write this number down, put it in your phone so you have it, 303-429-6200. I love Joe. Joseph A. Lazera, 303-429-6200. And last but not least, I want to tell you about a company I love and have used numerous times. SimplyFloorsInc.com. You want the best flooring at the best pricing, I want you to go to SimplyFloorsInc.com. It can be tile, hardwood, LVT, you name it, they have it, hardwood. Call them up. They'll bring the samples to you if you want that, or you can go to one of their showrooms. But either way, it all starts at SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Slow drains are not normal. They lead to clogged...
Okay.
Well, those nationwide groups you were talking about, health markets.
Yeah.
And, you know, they have offices here, but they're nationwide.
Well, some of them have some questionable selling tactics of automatically including accident plans and all this stuff, and just telling people that's part of it.
It's part of the deal.
Yeah.
Well, that's why your recording software is being implemented.
No, this is health insurance. It has
Oh,
nothing to do with
I
health
got you.
insurance.
I got
It's
you.
just Medicare Advantage.
Big one, that's 3
They
times.
God bless technology.
Real mature
For
Elon.
Medicare Advantage, you used to have to go out.
Oh yeah, you say that for your charging for?
It's not true
Oh,
anymore.
so funny.
No. You do everything digital.
You can change the dash to Mario Kart mode.
You know,
but we haven't tried that yet.
And I think, John, didn't you say something too about all those people getting kicked off Medicaid?
Yeah, he did.
Maybe at the end of January.
Mark literally
What?
drove like an old
The Anthem thing I was on just now said now people are starting to think it's going to be the middle of next year.
Get out of here.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just-
he's making enemies.
Why?
all over the place.
What's the
He's
point?
got
Because we're still in a
women
public
yelling
company.
at
I
him.
don't know.
He's got
Darn,
men in
I-
trucks flipping him off.
But who knows?
It'd be nice if they just opened up healthcare market, period.
Colorado wants to. Colorado wants to make it. They're
Having to supplement everybody else in the world, just it gets to the point where it just doesn't work. I don't know how else to say it.
That's why we're going bankrupt as a country.
Yeah, I guess it depends on your ultimate goal, but I'd like to think no one's ultimate goal is to bankrupt this country, but you look at some of the decisions.
Look at these idiots we have in Washington.
Mo-bituaries.
Sober-ish.
Psychic.
Mark, when you've gone out, have you ever been threatened with a gun or anything?
Because of the show, or just in general?
No. I can understand in general. I'm talking about today.
Well, since I've had my new car, I have gotten a few bad looks, but not like what you're thinking. We've had some nutcases show up here.
At the office?
Yes. We had one. Tom came running in the building, literally in the morning one time. Suzanne and I were on our way down. It was, pre-COVID shit. We hit the gas to get here. We didn't know what was going down. It sounded bad, but it was just a fucking nut. It was a nut who we talked about on the radio and shit.
I think we were in here one day when you were talking about that guy.
There's been a lot of that guys.
Okay.
Well, there's been about 5 of them.
Did I see on the wall in there? So like some terrorist thing against Michael Brown?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, really?
I think the real political guys probably get more.
For sure.
But the people we go after know they're thieves. I mean, but we're just letting other people know. They know they're scumbags. In general, they really do.
Right.
Most of the people on your sleeves brigade, will a lot of them be out of business in a year?
Shit, most of them, there's a lot of them in prison.
Oh, really?
Yes.
On the sleeves brigade?
Yes.
Don't want to get there then.
Those are like really bad guys, man. Those aren't like they did a crappy job. They ripped off, one of them tens of millions.
Jesus.
All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, IntegraInsurance.com. That's the website for the guys we've been talking about today. Or you can give them a call. In fact, if you have any Medicare questions, and John Sr., I'm going to put you on the spot here. If they ask literally for you, will you end up talking to them? Will you get back to them? I mean,
Sure.
Everybody knows you know more about Medicare than anybody.
I think everybody at the office is well-versed.
Well, I think you're more well-versed. Okay, I'll ask the guys at the office. John?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Who knows more about Medicare?
Oh,
or
gosh.
You, okay, maybe I'm wrong. All of you?
I'll give him 1A.
Okay. I like that. I like that. So, but the phone number is 303-466-5500. 303-466-5500. Guys, anything, besides Bright shutting down, when is open enrollment again? So Medicare, you can start purchasing the supplements and everything right now?
Yes. So the supplements you can do, remember, year-round, right?
Year-round.
Right. And usually you do it on your 61st birthday or a special enrollment period. But right now, October 15th through December 7th is Medicare Advantage.
Okay.
And prescription drug coverage is where you can change it.
When do you have to enroll or report, if you will, to Medicare at age 65 or 64? When do you got to actually, what happens if you're still working at age 64 and you know you're going to be working all next year with your company that still has health insurance for you? I heard if you didn't sign up, you can actually get penalized down the road when you do. Is there something to that?
There is. So it depends on the size of the company. If there's less than 20 employees, you do need to enroll in Medicare Parts A and B.
You have to.
If there's more than 20 employees and you're on qualified coverage through your employment, you can stay on that as long as you have that coverage. And so
there is no penalty unless if it's under 20 people.
Correct. You still can if you want, and go ahead and enroll in Medicare Part A. Just hold off on Part B if you're in that circumstance.
So that would almost become your supplement to your company insurance.
Medicare, and you're exactly. So then you have, when you come off the company insurance, regardless of your age, then you can enroll in Medicare Part B, and you can look into what your other options are.
Do you have to enroll?
In what? Medicare Part B?
No. Just in Medicare, period, end of story. I, for some reason, thought I thought we had a call one time, and I think I actually got you guys involved. They stayed with their company plan. They didn't enroll. Then they didn't have their job anymore, and they went to enroll, and they got penalized for not signing up in the proper time. Is that just not...
Well, you do have an initial enrollment window.
Okay.
Coming after you come off of that company plan.
And
so there is a period of time. If you miss that, then you'll be penalized.
And what is that penalty? 10%? Oh my God, that could be huge.
And it stays with you for the rest of your life.
Oh, wait a minute. So if you don't report your eligibility, in certain cases, in the correct time window, you could have a 10% premium on top.
Correct. Only if you don't have qualified health insurance.
I got you.
Right? Yes, you can get penalized for, and it's when you sign up for Part B. Right? Part A is free.
Got it.
You paid into that your whole life.
Your whole life.
And so, also Part B, but Part B, all right, you do have a specific time period if you don't have qualified insurance.
All right, guys, listen, any questions you have on healthcare in general, especially Medicare, or if you were with Bright and you got to find a new place, call these guys up. You got to call these guys at Integra, 303-466-5500, 466-5500. They're going to be manning the phones. IntegraInsurance.com. Thanks for being in the house. We'll be here tomorrow answering questions and helping you.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app.